Blog Talk Radio.
So the Most High is going to stop the flowing of the people going into that country. Read.
Jeremiah chapter 51, the end of verse 44. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. Verse 45. My people, go ye out of the midst.
Hold up, read that again.
My people, go ye out of the midst.
I think within this chapter, he said flee and get out of her around 3-4 times. Right? Read.
My people, go ye out of the midst of her, and deliver ye every man his soul from the fierce anger of the Most High AHAYAH. And let your heart faint, and ye fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that in another year shall come a rumor. And
wars and rumors of wars. You're hearing about it, and because it's not happening, you think it's not going to happen. Read.
Verse 46, end of verse 46. And violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Verse 47. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein, shall sing for Babylon, for the spoiler shall come unto her from the north, saith the Most High AHAYAH. As Babylon hath caused the slain of Israel to fall, so as Babylon shall fall the slain of all the earth. Ye that have escaped the sword, go away, stand not still. Remember the Most High AHAYAH afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind.
Listen to this clear. Ye that have escaped the sword, that means you escape the destruction that's coming to Babylon, go away and stand not still. So when you leave, remember the power or the God, AHAYAH, afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. That's looking forward, not looking back. Now let Jerusalem come into your mind. She's finished. Right? Read.
Verse 51. We are confounded because we have heard reproach. Shame has covered our faces, for strangers are coming to the sanctuary of the Lord's house.
Strangers have destroyed us. Strangers have destroyed our sanctuary, our belief. They destroyed our understanding so that we cannot connect to our God. They've given us their gods. Baal, Satan, the dragon, Moloch. These are the gods we've been worshiping ignorantly. Jesus, Zeus. Okay, we ain't know nobody named Jesus. Total madness. And then when we wake up and understand these things, we say, well, hold up. I'm a stranger here. You dragged me here. And the Most High starts reviving us. They be like, okay, we have one who's the extremist. You're a terrorist. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 52. Wherefore, behold, the days come, saith the Most High AHAYAH, that I will do judgment upon her graven images.
He's going to destroy all your images and your idols. And man, if you even look at Washington, D.C., it's idol after idol, monuments of idols, obelisks, which is man's personal member. That's what an obelisk is. What's that, the Washington Monument? Idols every place. 5-pointed stars every place. But what if some did not believe? So what if you don't believe what we're teaching you? Paul asked, so what if some did not believe? Shall your unbelief make the faith of God without effect? You mean the Most High is going to stop his own program because you don't believe them? No, you're dead. That's what you are. Okay, his program was before us, and it will be well after us. And that's for the people that's walking out there. Well, there's wars all the time. There've always been these situations. Every few years this happens. Nothing is going to change. That's a dead man.
All here we go. Here we go. We're live. All praises be to the Almighty. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Let's go. Intro.
The East is where we're from.
We're from the East. Come on.
The 12 tribes of Israel.
721 BC.
721 BC. The Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
With the
great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no man can dwell, we went
with the indigenous
the 12 tribes of Israel.
That's who we be.
Manasseh, the Cubans.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. Hit that like button as you come on in.
The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, AHAYAH gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us, together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. AHAYAH in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, AHAYAH's gathering in Israel, the Negroes
at gunpoint,
Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, AHAYAH gathering in Israel.
World built on lies. Our lesson tonight, or our discussion rather.
Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. Manasseh, the Cubans.
Yeah.
From Puerto Rico, and Mali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, AHAYAH's gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High is gathering Israel. We're back with our major channel, A Gathering 144. I would like you to all hit the like or dislike to drive the algorithm our way so that more people can hear what's going on and not get distracted with the news we heard yesterday. Okay, we're going to talk about that tonight. All right, hit the like button. Yes, we're still working on the Patreon. That should be up any day now, so just hold tight. That announcement will be coming soon. Okay, our broadcast topic tonight, you see it on the screen. It's right there. A world built on lies. Now I want to get a few more people in before we begin. So before we begin, let me do this first because I have a few announcements to make. Maestro, the brother that's behind a lot of the production, or the majority of the production you hear on my projects, he sent me a finished remix of Save Me so that we can put on the main website, royaltymusicbyshepherd.com, as a single download. Okay, many people were requesting that particular song. That's for the album itself, but I might as well release this as a single, as a prelude into the finished product, Music with a Purpose Part 2. Okay, an album that we should be releasing soon. But he sent me the remix, so I thought I would hear that with you all real quick. And if it's something you're interested in after the broadcast, I can tell you how to actually get this particular remix called Save Me. Let's see here. Let me see. Here it is. Save Me remix. Tell me what you think.
Hey, oh, hey. I was on my way, felt the presence of your son every day. Every day, I let go of your hands.
I'll let go of your hands.
And now I feel a change.
Now I feel a change.
Close the door, fall to my knees, and I began to pray. Oh, help me.
Oh, help
The
me.
cares of the world
The cares of the world.
slowly pulling me away.
Now I hear a voice.
Now I hear a voice calling me to the light. To the light. Still in the heart, so I'll discern wrong from right. Wrong from right. Let her forget the road. Which way should I go? Which way to go? My Father send the Spirit. Help me find. Help me find.
Save me.
Bible fell on the floor and opened to the law. And I can't believe what I saw. I saw me sinning willfully. I won't break your law no more. Send your son. Please open the door. Open back to me. Oh, Father, please forgive me. I hear a voice call me to the light. Still in the heart, so I know wrong from right. Wrong from right. Let her forgive the road. Which way should I go? Which way to go? Father, send the Spirit. Help me fight.
Help me fight. Come save me.
Oh, higher.
Shine down on me.
Shine down on me. I'm one of your sons of Jacob. Lord, I believe. I believe. Oh, God, me. Please bring me to the light. Send your son so I will know wrong from right.
Wrong from right.
No matter fork in the road. Which way do I go? Which way to go? Father, send your Spirit. Help me find. Help me find. Save me. A voice calling me to the light. To the light. Still in the heart, so I'll know wrong from right. Wrong from right. Let her forget the road. Which way should I go? Which way to go? You send your son, make me right. Help me find, save me. Save me. Save me. Save me. Oh.
save us.
Come save me.
Okay, maestro. Okay, I like the mix. All right, so that was the first time I really heard the mix. He sent it today, and I like the little changes, the drop in the music out a little bit. We got another song that I'm working on, but I'm gonna bring. I don't know, man. We have a bad drummer in this church, man. I'm gonna tell you, but I'm gonna call him up. You know, he's from really the Philly. He around this area into the Baltimore area. I mean, this guy has some serious drum chops. And we're going to do a song. I'm going to bring him up to Philly next week. And we're going to be doing a song, A Story of Our Life. A Story of My Life. And it's going to be a live band type deal. It's going to be on Music with a Purpose. So I'm going to be calling them in. You know what I'm talking about, brother. So we're going to bring y'all in. We're going to do this. And it's going to be a great music project. Thank you, Mike, for sending that. And I'm sure the brothers and sisters will appreciate some positive music with all the mess that's out there. Now, without any further ado, let's get into it now. Let's talk about it. Now, first and foremost, before I get into it, I want to say a hearty shalom to my family, to my brothers and sisters, and in particular, Stacy and family from Bitchute, Yezreel, and they have they're part of the Arizona body since 2017, and they sent some beard oils and all those things we have here, and I want to say thank you, sister, we have your products. We really appreciate it. And, you know, we're going to be using some of this stuff, the hair oil and all those things. We appreciate that. And I hope you're part of the GOCC network. I want to just say that. People send me a lot of stuff, but I'm doing this in chronological order because I'm on back order as far as just thanking people for some of what they've sent us. So I want to say thank you, Sister Stacy from Arizona, for sending us these gifts, and we appreciate it. One thing in particular, another Sister Susan from Las Vegas. I would like you to send in an email, Sister Susan. All right. And I need you to send an email to gatheringas1@AOL.com so that we can get your phone number and email. Okay. Sister Susan from Las Vegas, in response to a book that was sent to us from the 1800s called The Slave Trade. Now, when y'all find out what's in this book, you're going to understand how much of a treasure this is. I mean, I can't go into it, but it really, believe it or not, it spurred me to go into this discussion I'm going to talk about tonight, A World Built on Lies. Sister Susan, she's an elder sister. I've never met her. And she sent me this book. And how she got this book is a phenomenon in of itself. All right? Because, folks, the reason why they're pressing upon us right now is because, folks, everything we've been taught in captivity outside of our homeland, Zion, was a lie. Everything. They shaped history to teach us in schools and all that, not just to lie and embolden their own race above us. It was to keep us from finding out the truth. And by doing so, everything that was taught to us within our institutions called schools were convenient diversions. And I'm going to talk about that tonight. A world built on lies. As much as I can put out in this particular letter, I'm going to talk about. Sister Susan, send us an email, gatheringas1@AOL.com. Send us your name. We got your name here, but send us your email and phone number so that we can fulfill your request. Okay? In a nutshell, this letter came from February. I was planning the Passover and doing a lot of other things, and I finally had a chance to get around to it. Sister, I apologize I didn't get to you sooner. We finally cracked open the book, and boy, folks, everything they told us here in America was a lie. This is why I cannot celebrate or get excited about any verdict they gave us yesterday to pacify our people. And wait till, lawyer, I don't know if you, lawyer in a second, I don't know if you see my monologue, but hey, it's going to be a nice one. February the 11th, she sent this letter. And the letter reads, Shalom, Elder Ricard Shiar. While out shopping, I came across the bookstore that was closing, and I decided to go inside and purchase several books. They had a section of books on slavery. This book was locked up, and the owner escorted me to the locked case and put it in my hand. Now, this book I have right here, falling apart from 1807 or something. It was locked up in a vault. This book was locked up, and the owner escorted me to the locked case and put it in my hand and said she thought that I should have it. She gave me the book at a great discount. As I tried to read its pages, it started to come loose. Don't worry about it, sister. We're going to put it together. But at the moment she put it in my hand, I believe the Most High God put it on my heart to send it to you, and that is what I'm doing. Another thing is, GOCC has changed my life. Before I came across GOCC on YouTube, I had just left another Christian church and was so brokenhearted because things had not worked out there. I began to ask God what was wrong with me and to please help me. All the while I kept praying, and I felt something in my life was not right, and there is something else that I did not know. And I needed him to show me. One night, scrolling through my phone, I ran across a GOCC video, Hell, the Underworld. Then another and another. This is how I began my journey with the GOCC. I'm not connected to the GOCC church here in Vegas. I was going to, but I'm in quarantine due to some problems, coughs, or whatever the case might be. Hint, hint, that certain people from the Nevada test sites in Area 51 were exposed to chemicals, and we now have lung issues. However, I so want to be baptized by the elders. The truth. She gave her age and said she have underlying issues. Sister, I want to say this. You're not the only one that have been experimented on. We've all been experimented on. It's called eugenics. That's why the world is conveniently, the majority of our people in our community are sick. And I believe it's not just by chance. And I believe that the experiment continues. But sister, there's no illness or sicknesses that cannot be overcome through Yeshua, the anointed Mashiach. As long as we fall on our knees, repent for our sins, get baptized, receive the gift of the Holy Spirit, and begin to walk right without defiling our temples. The Most High made these temples so great that if we put the right things in them, they snap right back. So I'm going to fulfill as much as I can within this letter to show my appreciation for the book you've sent. Okay? Not just for that, because it's our duty not just to give you the truth, but to help usher the way for our people, the children of God, in this dark time in which the path is very, very, very small. So it was the Most High called you, sister. I had no idea that you would run into these videos, but this is how the angels are working to bring the knowledge and bring us the information. And I cracked open this book, brothers and sisters, Falling Apart, called The Slave Trade. I'm not going to go into, I know everybody asking who is it from and all that. Listen, this thing, look at this, man. Look at these pages on this. It's from 18, but it falls right into our lessons we're going into. Can our family survive? The battle between man and woman in the Bible. Strictly, folks, everything they're doing in social engineering is in hopes of our people picking it up so that we can divide and fight one amongst another, while the nations who enslaved us keep their families and their power structures intact. Folks, I don't know. I don't want to let too much out right now. But folks, before I go into the monologue, listen to this. Everything, brothers and sisters, everything we've been taught here in Babylon is a lie. What's the narrative? The narrative, when we look at Hollywood portraying slavery, they claim that it was white Christians who was really the proponent for slavery and for enslavement and treating us wrong during captivity. Not to say it's absolute, but that narrative was programmed in us purposely with roots. 12 years of slave and all this other crap they got out there, so that we can point to Christians as the enemy, because they knew that the only spirit that can defeat darkness in this day was Christ. And they wanted to divide those who believe in Christ in the last days. When you go into this book, folks, I don't know if y'all noticed, but in all of these Nat Turner what's her name? Harriet Tubman movies and all these things, these are socially engineered, divisive broadcasts, programs, so that they can actually heighten a matriarchy over the patriarchy, knowing that we'll always stay subservient as long as we are ran by a matriarchy in our communities. Outside of that, let me say this. The whole narrative was in the reverse. When you read this book, it wasn't the white Christians who was behind slavery and beating us and whipping us like on roots. And I think this is why the bookstore was closing, and she took this book and said, the owner took the book out of a safe and said, take this book. You're going to need this. It wasn't white Christians, folks. On the other hand, not to give any credit to any race of people in particular, but just being truthful, they had to abolish slavery because more so it was the white Christians fighting against the synagogue of Satan atheists who owned the plantations and who owned, that's right, the auction blocks we were sold on. That was that was a political battle where the scientists in the atheistic synagogues of Satan was claiming that we were beasts. We were 3/5 of a man, and we weren't worthy to have the equal rights as regular people because science says otherwise. It was the Christians who was pushing back, not just white Christians, black Christians, as well as Christians like Gabriel Prosser, who knew he was an Israelite, saying, well, no, we're more civilized than you. And if we allow this science to continue where you can degrade us for less than over here in America, when you know we're greater someplace else, this can have dire consequences on the future of blacks who are raised in America. If we don't teach these people who they are, their children are going to grow further and further into darkness, away from their true primal origin as righteous people, as God's people. So you can't teach these people are beasts because they'll start acting like beasts. You can't teach they're 3/5 of a man because they won't strive for greatness. These arguments were going on, folks, in the 1800s. And it wasn't white Christians who were behind captivity. Not that they didn't benefit. Because back then there was a lot of different markets for slave labor, such as it is today. Okay. There's a lot of markets for slave labor. And whoever had the money could play the game. Regardless, it doesn't matter your religious persuasion. But those who really believed in Christ back then were pushing back on the synagogues of Satan. The atheistic synagogues of Satan, who wanted us to stay subservient under their foot forever. And it was more so the Christians fighting our cause. But Hollywood, every time there's a bad slave owner, purposely they're holding a cross or have a cross around their neck. It's a white Christian leaving the church, then going out and raping someone. It was a program to divert us from the people who was always demonizing and destroying our people from behind the veil. It's in this book, folks. They didn't want those who believed in Christ to unite at the very end, spiritually against the dark gods they serve. So the better way to do it was to pit the blacks who they knew who were Hebrews, who would one day come to the knowledge of themselves, to pit them against what? Those who believe in Christ. To pit one against another so that the Satanists can rule above us. But hey, don't believe anything they're telling you. You want to know who's behind slavery? Look at the people who own, that's right, the markets. All of the markets, and I'm speaking of the markets, the trade markets in the earth, began off of slave labor. Slave labor here in America and Barbados, the West Indies, where it was our people, mainly cotton and tobacco, which is the foundation of the markets. They built the markets off of us, and it had nothing to do with someone, a Christian, lying to us to put us in slavery and all that. It was the Bible. From one generation to the next, it was the Bible that galvanized resistance against evil. It was those who believed in the Bible from one generation to the next, from Gabriel Prosser to Nat Turner, all the way up to us today. It was the Bible that galvanized us together against the darkness, the ministers of evil. And it was those who believed on Christ. And it's in this book. And folks, I don't know, right? We don't have hours to go in history books like we do in the academy. And if y'all think the academy is just a regular thing to do, I'm going to tell you, ask the people that was in the broadcast or that was in the academy last Sunday, when we went to the creation of the universe, the truth of the portals around the earth that was made before the earth. Okay. Windows into our realm, what it's all about, how Satan tried to do a knockoff and make it the zodiac so that people could do what? Involuntary worshiping of angels. How these are actually gateways between the heavenly realm, and that realm was here before little earth. We have a time to go into history, bibliography, other resources and all that the Bible refers to, and bring it all into plain sight in the academy. And I'm going to be going into this book along with the Negro in the New World. That's right. Together, when we break down the 12 tribes of Israel, week 5 or 6 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Okay. Now, that's all I have to say. Right. I don't have to advertise no more because the academy, speaks for itself. If you're not there, you're missing it. When it comes to the real news, we can't even speak here on YouTube. It's there. Hebrew 101, it's there. You go to historytimes.org and get in or miss it. That's all I have to say. But sister, thank you for sending the book. It will add to our bibliography, our references. And sister, what you sent is a jewel. Because I knew something was wrong. It seems like all the evil and what's going on the earth. And at the end of time, when we need each other more than anything, you have those who believe in Christ at odds with one another. That was all calculated. It was white Christians and other Christians fighting together against the plantation owners, against those who own the auction blocks, against those who incentivized our perpetual captivity. And it was those same people that was behind the auction blocks that owned the plantation, the synagogues of Satan, who came up with eugenics, where they would make it legal to do what? That's right, to test and experiment on slaves like animals, because they claim we were less than. Eugenics, EUGENICS. They came up with that because they was able to convince the ignorant of our population that blacks that they were bringing over here to the Americas were already scientifically beast, not people. Hence, instead of experimenting on a baboon, why don't we just experiment on the next level of the evolutionary chain where a baboon turns into a Negro? See, when you believe in eugenics, when you believe in evolution, understand what you're believing in. You're believing that our people are less than others. You don't understand how that stuff came to be. The eugenics came to be to convince society it was okay to treat us subhuman. And now here we are today. Boy, it doesn't matter how many years go by, some things never change, do they? We still end up at the end of everything becoming the experiment. Speaking of that, elder lawyer, let me. I think I had enough. Lawyer, here come my monologue now. You there, yes, lawyer?
Sir.
You with me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go. Hold up. Wait a minute. Here we go. Hold on, lawyer. Because it's time to celebrate. Yesterday was monumentous. All justice was served. All fair use.
All across Minneapolis, outside the courthouse, as the verdict rippled across that city.
Fair use.
Following the verdict, George Floyd's brother Philonis described being able to breathe again after watching his brother suffer over and over.
Oh, he's able to breathe again. It's time to go in. A world built on lies. Check it out, other lawyer. I need you to chime in. A world built on lies. Justice or deceit? Was true justice served yesterday? In the wake of the Chauvin verdict, if you ask the majority of our people suffering in the poor communities, justice was finally served. Guilty was the verdict, and now most may hope for a future of equality without the threat coming down from the same authorities that our tax dollars pays to protect us. Was justice served yesterday? Or was this a convenient cover-up to change the conversations we were finally having to fix our nation, our communities, and ourselves? Long are gone the days discussing true reparations for our people who are still living generational curses and dysfunctions from being products of slavery. Long gone are the days where discussions to build a strong patriarchy in our communities, where men are in full control of the long-term direction for our women and children and our nation. And long gone are the days where truth can be taught to our people concerning history, where our true history is discussed without outside intrusions. Was there justice yesterday? Or are we in worst case believing there was? Are we in worst case believing now that justice was served? Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about the verdict?
Well, if you'd ask me personally, I think that, and there's a scripture I actually wanted to read that I was looking for in relation to this here.
Go on.
I'm just gonna reference it. You know, the scripture says that our people, just slightly referencing the scripture. I know I may get the wording a little bit wrong, but the scriptures speak about the relationship that we have as the children of Israel with oppression, in the sense that it says something to the effect that we love oppression, or we stay on oppression, something to that effect. But nonetheless, I mention that to say that it seems that our people, they celebrate these things, not in hopes of things ever changing, more so in hopes of now having an excuse to now go back to sleep and feel comfortable, to make themselves believe that something has changed, that the battle has been won, oppression is over, justice has been served. We can now go back to sleep. We can now go back to our dreams of becoming successful in the place of our captivity, or what have you. Whatever ideas our people have about this place, as the Bible says, we love oppression and stay thereon. So anything that can get us back into that position of staying and loving that oppression, loving the place that we're in this society, while at the same time getting little symbols, I guess you would say, symbols of justice without anything really tangible. Anything that comes in that particular form, we tend to take hold of it because, again, it puts us in a position where we don't necessarily have to do much of anything. We don't have to change anything. We don't have to fight for anything. We can just feel as though that something has been given to us. We've received justice. Now it's time for us to go back to sleep.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. And I'm sure Elder Gabar is going to chime in a little later with this also. I'm interested to hear his perspective on a few of some of these things. But just picking up from the scripture, the basis of the scripture you've just mentioned, Isaiah 30, right? Isaiah 30 and 12 mentions Elder
Yes, sir.
Lawyer. Wherefore thus saith the Holy One of Israel, because you despise the word. Because, I mean, how many times we hear, Elder Lawyer, where after something heinous or destructive happened amongst us, our families and whatever, and we all get together in church when someone dies or whatever the case is, or something happens where you have to sit and reflect or you know, and what do we say? I hear this over and over again. I've been hearing this as a child, since a child. Man, we got to do better as a people. We got to stop this. How long? Why can't we come together? I don't want to hear that crap anymore, because the word a long time told us how to come together. But the question is, Elder Lawyer, and I'm going to pose this for the audience tonight also. Do our people really want to come together? Do we want truth or lies? Because if anything, what I seen yesterday, this is what we want. We want the idea of justice. Because something like that doesn't come with any level of accountability in which we can execute our own. We want the idea of the lie, because with the lie, if they're taking care of things. There's nothing we have to do going forward to better ourselves. How long have we heard this? And we sit there crying after a funeral, someone we love got shot or drilled, and man, we got to do better, man. I've been hearing this same crap. Lawyer, I don't know how old you are. I don't know whether or not. I remember coming out of John Singleton's movie, I think his name, when Ice Cube and all that came out there, and there was a movie called Boys in the Hood.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how old you. I don't know if you was around when that came out, but I was a kid, walking around, with a zoot suit on, with a Gumby like Bobby Brown, somebody walking around, and we coming out of the movie, Elder Lawyer, and we looking at each other, and we sitting there wiping the tears from our eyes, saying, you know what, man, something's gonna have to change. Boys in the Hood, you know. And now that I look back at it, it's that same feeling we get like when you see something like yesterday. It's like
absolutely.
But the whole thing is, check this out, because I know I'm rambling on because there's so many thoughts coming at one time, so I'm gonna slow it up. Isaiah 30:12 says, "Wherefore thus saith the Lord, the Holy One of Israel, because you despise the word." If we wanted to get on code and change and stop what we're doing against each other and finally deal with truth to fix ourselves, if we wanted to, the blueprint has been here the whole time. But I digress. Christ, the Most High said right after that, because you don't want to follow my word, because my word is clear, and trust in oppression and perverseness and stay thereon. That means how can you trust the same people who put you in this condition to serve justice? See, but they create the narrative to make you believe real justice was served. That whole thing was a narrative politically shaped. Lawyer, if you understand, there was a lot of conversation going on in our communities, Elder Lawyer, before the George Floyd political campaign. I'm not talking about the murder. I'm not here to say what happened there. No one should be murdered. I'm talking about the politicizing at a convenient time during an election year of a black man. There was a lot of conversation that was happening well before George Floyd was killed, that if we had those conversations, our community wouldn't have to worry about cops coming in and putting their knees on black men, saying and him screaming for mama, saying I can't breathe. If we had those discussions, you understand, there would be no people coming and destroying us. Do you remember the conversations that were happening, Elder Lawyer, before they politicized George Floyd?
If I can remember correctly, there were a lot of talks concerning reparations and things of that nature, and having serious talks as far as what are the actual tangible things that need to be given to the black community by any of the candidates that were running at that particular time. I know that a lot of that talk was going on. There was a few other things, but that's what I really remember when it comes to the political climate before that came in, before the George Floyd thing came in.
Well, let me refresh. Let me give you some refresh. Let me refresh your memory, if I may, Elder Lawyer. And this is in combination with some of the news that Shapat was bringing during the Hebrew and Bible Academy that we can't even talk about here, right? Let me refresh your memory. It was like it doesn't matter what we believe, different ideologies or whatever the case might be out there. Remember when that thing came out about Kobe Bryant? And all brothers everywhere started going against Oprah, Gail, and all them who was trying to denigrate the legacy of a black man. How it seems like the whole community rallied against that campaign that every time there's a great one, we allow the synagogue of Satan and women who they strategically choose to look like us to denigrate that legacy. First it was Michael Jackson, and then subsequent to that, it was who? Kobe Bryant. But they didn't expect the backlash. They didn't expect the backlash because we all got on code all together without us even being together. And I know that signaled something to the powers that be all together. Hold up. This matriarchy that we put up as gatekeepers to destroy and keep down the black man no longer has the same effect. Right? Remember that? Hold up.
Yes, sir.
Remember when also there was a time where when it came to the certain sexual lifestyles and all that they were trying to promote. And you had black men standing up all together at a certain time saying, well, listen, don't try to lump in your sexual choice and try to make that have some type of equal footing with what our people experienced in slavery. Now, all of this was happening around the same time, right? And then I'm talking about all in the midst, right before the campaign, the election campaign where George Floyd became politicized. And then the three-legged stool. You had black people in America saying, well, it's not about immigration. It's not about other races of people, migrants to the country. Nah. The same thing that happened when it came to Japanese receiving reparations, Jewish people receiving whatever happened to them because of the Holocaust. That's right. Just black Americans. Okay. The American descendants of slaves, our people who have been suffering generational curses, we need something specifically for us so that we can show an example. Okay, not immigrants and all that, so that we can show an example of how our people, wherever we were enslaved, should be able to politicize them being a victim to get reparations like other races. So we can, so in America, American descendants of slaves should receive what our people received before leaving Egypt, because we built Egypt. That was, now, that's a three-legged stool right there, lawyer. Three things being discussed at once. And all of the steam was taken away when the campaigns got together, the left and the right together, said, you know what? We have to say, everybody, we got to put up all this ridiculous stuff about Trump, and Trump, hate Trump, hate Trump, hate Trump, hate Trump. And then on the other side, on this side, Black Lives Matter, and a black man was oppressed by a white man. We must stoke the racial fires to stop the discussion. The natives have become restless, and they're and guess what? The powers that be couldn't give us an honest dialogue, because if they discuss anything that we were talking about amongst ourselves, it would break the slavery wheel. It would break the generational wheel of oppression on our people. So it was Trump all day, and it was George Floyd. And all of a sudden, we segued off code. Conversations that should have been continued throughout all this and were conveniently moved off code. And that's why, listen, and that's why the Bible says, what? Wherefore thus saith the Holy One of Israel, Isaiah 30:12. Because you despise the word and trust in oppression. We trust in oppression. We trust that we'll get justice while getting oppressed. And check this out, lawyer. I never seen this verse that way. You trust in oppression and perverseness. What does that mean, perverseness? You'll have black people who suffered, who are still suffering, under the oppressions of the powers that be, being black people who would actually take sides with the enemy to exercise sexual access to another race. They'll betray their forefathers who have suffered in this earth, being a black man or a black woman. They'll leave that out on the table altogether and forget it if they can have sexual access with the same sex of another race. So not only, check it out now. I never looked at this perverseness like this. This is why they've politicized sexual choice. Because there's people who would betray their nation, their race, for access to sexual activity with the same sex of another race. They'll give it up. They'll align themselves. I'm not a minority with you. I'm over here as a minority because it gives me access to same sex with the white man. Same sex with the white woman. A weapon. This is why they've separated and made sexual choice a minority. Listen to this. Wherefore thus saith the Holy One of Israel, because you despise the word, and that you trust in oppression and perverseness, and stay thereon. You're not looking for justice. You're just looking for opportunity to exercise, do as thou wilt during this oppression, during your captivity. And folks, the 13th verse reads, therefore, because you really don't want real justice, you really don't want to get yourselves together, therefore this iniquity shall be to you as a breach ready to fall, swollen out in a high wall, whose breaking cometh suddenly at an instant. You'll never have a strong foundation because the enemy know you. He know your breaking point. He know you're easily triggered racially. He know you're easily persuaded sexually. You'll always have a breach or a card the enemy can play to break up any true dialogue that would mean true justice. Whoa. Whoa. Here we go now. So this is what our God is saying now. For thus saith the Lord. Listen to this now, the 14th verse. And it shall break it as the breaking of the potter's vessel that is broken in pieces. He shall not spare, so that there shall not be found in the bursting of it a shed to take it from the hearth, or to take water withal out of the pit. For thus saith the Lord God, the Holy One of Israel, in returning and rest shall you be saved, and quietness and confidence shall be your strength, and you would not. He says, I can guide you through all this and break the nations for you, but you will not come together. You won't come to me for justice. You'll rather accept their repression as justice. Now, for those who just came in, hold up now. Make sure you hit the like button, because some people out there believed yesterday there was justice. I believe what happened yesterday put our people back at least 5 to 10 years. Because at least we were having the correct discussions before what? Election time 2020. I believe that verdict yesterday put us backward. Because we were having a dialogue that the powers that be in every area, they had to address what was being said, because God was resonating. For one time, we weren't listening to the outside noise and was coming up with solutions amongst ourselves. Now what? Now what? Huh? Let's talk right now. Let's talk. Because y'all must have known that we was going to quantify and put this thing in its proper context. Let me deal with this monologue real quick, Elder Lawyer, real quick. In the wake of the Chauvin verdict, if you ask the majority of people suffering in the poor communities, they would tell you yesterday justice was finally served. Guilty was the verdict, and now most may hope for a future of equality without the threat coming from the same authorities our tax-paying dollars pay to protect us. We pay these guys to protect and serve, only for them to do what? Oppress us in our own communities. And a lot of us think that yesterday was a sign that will actually change. Well, I'm going to ask you all today, was justice served? Guilty was the verdict, and now most hope was there justice served, or was this just a convenient cover-up used to change the conversations we were finally having to fix our nation, our communities, to fix ourselves? And you know what else? What was resonating out there? Blacks, Hispanic, Latinos, Native Americans, the indigenous people of these different countries. We were all coming to the realization together that we are the children of Israel according to the Bible. There were serious conversations out there where even those of academia and the politicians had to chime in. 400 years of oppression. Okay. The voices of truth was resonating beyond mainstream media. We were no longer listening to the echo chamber you call mainstream. And guess what? There was rumblings out there about the children of Israel coming together, coming to the knowledge of themselves, taking hold of that Bible. Not only just amongst us as black people, Gentile nations were coming on, making videos, putting it out there. Stop oppressing the children of Judah. The true Jews are black. All that. We weren't saying it. White people were saying, well, listen, yeah, there's all types of Jews, whatever the case is. But the indigenous true people, according to the Bible, were originally black people. And this nation will fall as long as we treat these black people unjustly. We had white Gentiles. Every other week you would see what? Videos coming out of Gentiles saying the blacks are the children of Israel. But something happened when, I'm going to tell you, when this political machine started to work last year in 2020, when they started cutting off certain things you couldn't say, and it became a total political tool shadow banning all the truth so that everyone can get right back on code under what? Under a strong delusion. And yesterday, they put everybody back under the control of the wizard. Now, was justice served, or was this just a convenient cover-up to change the conversation we were finally having to fix our people? Right? Now, here's some of the long gone now since the pandemic and all that stuff, and oh my God, 6 feet and all that, and I can't breathe, and Black Lives Matter, vandalism, storming, and all, Washington, D.C., all that noise, and we forgot the conversations, the important conversations. Long gone are the conversations that we were having. I remember those conversations vividly. Discussing reparations for the American descendants of slaves. People who are still living the generational curses, being because we're from what? A line of slaves who were never paid for building this country. We still haven't overcome the generational oppression, and we haven't received the punitive reparations for the punitive damage psychologically and otherwise that was done to us. And that discussion was happening. To say, listen, the example is what y'all gave the Jews and what Germany and America also gave them, what was given to the Japanese. It's only fair to look at us as a separate group and give us what belongs to us. They didn't want that discussion because money is a defense. Okay, when you have the financial fortitude to protect your nation, men come to the forefront and a patriarchy is established. When now you have proper gatekeepers where other nations cannot just come into our communities and pillage us for everything we have, because what? We have a defense front that first start with a treasury. You couldn't get that because the Bible tells you money is a defense. Right? Long gone are the days discussing reparations. Now, whether or not we would get reparations, prophetically, according to the scriptures, I know they're not going to do anything. But I knew that if we keep talking, those discussions would lead to more dialogue. And it would come into areas in which realistic discussions of what we can fix would happen. Right? Now, long gone are the days where discussions to build a strong patriarchy. And this is not to downplay the strong women in our community, but it's out of balance. You cannot have a strong matriarchy without a patriarchy leading it. Okay, which means you can't have a strong nation where women is at the head directing. It doesn't work. It has never worked. And the only people who believe that this is normal are our people. So men started taking what? Not being misogynist and going against women. No. We say, well, listen, we're going to take our original position to protect our families now. We're going to put this in proper order. They didn't want that discussion. Okay. And we're not going to have soft men representing us. Okay. Because they join allegiance based on what? You got it. Their sexual preference. Okay. So we're not dealing like that. We're not going to have a man who's dealing, on a tightrope representing. where he can choose either side based on race or sexual orientation. Nah. So those discussions were going on, where you weren't going to have soft men representing our men. Now, it says here, long gone are the days where discussions to build a strong patriarchy in our community, which means Oprah must sit down. Okay, and she would have to sit down and not represent. Matter of fact, no one's listening to her anyway. But she need to take a girlfriend Medea with her. Okay, we were having those discussions about how is it that every strong man, when he gains some level of position or prestige, must put on a dress. What examples are we setting for our young men, generations to come, where every great man they can look up to eventually puts on a dress? Those discussions were going on. Now, people can wear whatever they want. That's their business. But I'm talking about the discussions that were being had. Right? Now, and long gone are the days where truth historically concerning our people can be had without outside intrusions, other people chiming in to give us their take on our history. We were cutting that crap out too. Because why? Me being an Israelite, I don't need validation by another race of people. I don't need a white Christian to come in and give me his take on who I am. Okay? I don't need a Chinese Christian to come in. I don't need an Arab Christian to come in or an Arab Muslim to come in and give his take on me staking claim to my identity. And it's time those conversations come back. Elder Lawyer? That's it right there before we open up the discussions, because I want to ask the people, do they feel justice was served yesterday? Anything you have to say, Elder Lawyer?
No, sir. No, sir. Let's turn it over to the people, and we'll get some of their insight as to what they saw from yesterday, what they gained from yesterday, and we'll take it from there. Okay.
Now, while we're going into that, I thought it would be the perfect time. It seemed like there's some static on your line, Elder Lawyer. I'm not sure. It's okay. I'll just turn it down. It's fine.
Okay.
It's better now, whatever you did. I thought I would just, since let me see what we have here. All right. You know what? And why am I putting it out there right now? Because it's time we bring back constructive, productive dialogue and conversation that we were having before the media onslaught, before the quote unquote pandemic. Because I don't think it's a coincidence at the same time we were having discussions outside of our enemy who's been oppressing us, that all of a sudden someone flipped on a switch and the whole world went haywire with pandemics and everything else. And at the same time, we're looking at what? Look what's going on in our community right now. Things that I can't even talk about. I can't even talk about the people that are dropping like flies who have made certain choices. I can't even talk about it. You're not even allowed to tie 2 and 2 together. You know what I mean? I can't even talk about listen. I can't even talk about, you know what I mean, the sister who sent me a letter and she said, listen, say something to the people. I told my husband, I told him, please follow what I'm, and he didn't want to listen. He went on and did it anyway. And now what? He's gone. She says, make sure you tell the people. I can't even talk to y'all about that. I can't even give y'all the minute details like I did in the academy of someone made a choice against their own sibling. I mean, their own spouse. And now what? Can't even talk about it. we're under attack. We're still under attack like never before. And yesterday was a key distraction, was a key quote unquote moment of victory that can have people overlook the genocide almost that we as a people are currently living under. So for that one man Chauvin to be the sacrificial lamb for the satanic agendas, guess what, folks? Hey, that's a small price to pay. When they have a way in which now we can drop like flies, one by one, without any of them being the culprit or being brought to justice. Huh? Yeah, what you got, Urop?
I was going to say, it reminded me of when Obama won. It was like all these tears in people's eyes. You know, the Bible says, how long simple was he loved simplicity?
Yeah.
It was like they announced slavery was over or something.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, it's these trigger moments. That's why I'm going to tell you. That's why the Most High says trust in oppression. And then he moved into that perverseness. Because that's a political ploy. If I can't use, because why? You have some people who are just going to stand on their blackness. So if I can't trigger that in you, I can now go into your sexuality and sexual persuasion and see if I can pull you that way. Tell me they haven't studied us. So when Obama got in, I mean, you had people crying, I don't got to pay myself. I got my Obama phone and, oh, Jesus, I'm going to heaven. You would have thought the pearly gates opened. And come to find out, that's right, all of the minority perks that we thought was coming to us went to the same people who were oppressing us. Only because they had a separate sexual persuasion. How long are we going to be bamboozled like this? And now here we go again. You know what, lawyer? I haven't felt this way since the OJ verdict.
Yeah, seems very, very similar. same spirit.
I remember OJ going like this, oh, you know what I mean? Like touchdown. I remember it going down. And black people cheered and white. You talking about dividing a nation politically? The first time a trial like this was held before the whole world, where we're all sitting at the edge of our seat and barbershop talk, lawyer. Barbershop talk. Oh, man. Oh, OJ didn't do it. Oh, I think that was Allen Collins. Man, you seen him up in that Bronco? Oh, man. Everyone got a book deal. Everyone had TV every day. It seemed like all of these people became multimillionaires as if this was a Hollywood production. Reality TV before reality TV. I remember when there's no place one could go without hearing some part of the trial. And when he tried to squeeze that glove on, and man, you know, my man, what's my man, the lawyer, may the Lord bless his soul. Cochran. Johnny Cochran coming out with a nice press suit every time. You're hearing about Kardashian before there was Kardashians. The Kardashians is sitting up in there, and he in a nice suit, and he's sitting there with the hat on. If you don't fit, you must have quit. And black people like, yeah, man, that's a sharp Negro. Man, let me tell you, man, it was Hollywood worthy. Man, the power of media. When are we going to get back on code and understand what's going on prophetically? When are we going to understand on how, according to Bible prophecies, where we are, how close we are to the mark of the beast? and how close we are to 70 AD on steroids all over the earth, where our people are what? Have a trench made around them, like we spoke about on Saturday, cannot go anywhere and have to work off their debt in debt prisons. All of that is coming soon. All of that. You think getting this loan here and getting this loan there and my college, you notice they said that there's no way that they could ever absolve you of your college debt. You're going to pay your debt. It's called debt prison. They're going to give it some slick name. But folks, that's the time we're living in, because we are asking beyond, our demands is beyond what they can give. Because they know if they give us our demands, it will totally crack the power structure. It will totally erode the power structure. So now the synagogue of Satan, that's all I can say, is ramping it up. Trust in oppression and stay there on. We're dealing with a world that has been built on lies. Elder Lawyer, get me Forge of Lies real quick. And get me also when it talks about a town built on blood. Someone asked, debt prison? Yeah. They're going to have some slick name for it. It's not going to seem like a prison. I mean, they may have it convenient where, you know, you just locked down in your house and can't go outside or whatever the case is. And you must work from home until your debt is paid off. Hey, it's coming. Let's get the Forge of Lies. And while we getting there, I'm going to show you some groundbreaking news, because I mean, shouldn't be just good news for us black folks, right? You know what I mean? Justice, guilty, 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 right? Let's give you some more good news out here. Finally, there's a date nap. Now, I'm going to go into this more so this Sunday in the academy. Finally, there's a date nap in the works for the LGBTQ Christians. Yes, really. Now, folks, this is no one making fun. This is no one, going against. This is actually a political website, LGBTQ Nation. This is their website. Okay, so we're not the only minorities getting some just due around here, since you want to just put yourself in a bubble with minorities. At the same time, this is going on. Finally, there's a dating app in the works for LGBTQ Christians. Yes, really. I wonder what the Christians have to say about this. Queer Christians probably aren't looking for long-term relationships on Grindr and Scruff. That's right. They want a more, holy union. See, you can't be one of these LGBTQ Christian and just use one of these ragtag sinful apps like Tinder or Grindr or Scruff. See, you need a more blessed app. Okay. Although it hasn't been launched yet, Believer, oh man, you take the rainbow, which is the bow between a covenant between God and man, and then you make an app called Believer. Where you Christians at? Yet Believer is a social app. There it is. You can't have those sinful apps like Grindr. You know what I mean? That has the wrong connotation on it. They got to be more holy for you. Let's get a new app called Believer. Believer is a social app aimed at LGBTQ plus Christian dating community. That may sound contradictory, elder lawyer. It may sound contradictory, so it sounds like a contradiction here, but considering the Bible's passages condemning the lifestyle, because I don't know if I can say that without triggering an algorithm, but the Christian LGBTQ community is larger than you might think. You think? And believer could accomplish positive cultural change by helping unite it. See, this is what they say in Jesus 1. Now, according to the 2017 Gallup poll, approximately 4.5% of people identify as those letters, 1/3 of the alphabet. Of those people, roughly 44% or 55% identify as Christian. That means anywhere between 6.9 or 8.7 million, 1/3 of the alphabet Americans identifies as Christians. Roughly the entire population of New York City, or double that of Los Angeles. It makes sense that an app would want to connect the sizable community. Grindr and Scruff. See that? You can't use that, man. These are spiritual people. They can't be on Grindr and Scruff. Grindr and Scruff probably aren't the ideal venues for the religious queers seeking long-term monogamous, God-loving relationships with people of similar faiths. Believer's website states that it wishes to help queer Christians form a lasting, a bond, relationship by uncovering your personal values and helping them connect with others who share those Jesus-loving values. It'll be interesting, however, to see which values the app will accommodate. And I wonder how you're going to stop, elder lawyer, people of the community who are not Christians. So this Sunday, I need to go into, because I can't talk about it right now, what is the real plan with this app? I can't talk about it right here because we need a station. We need a channel. But I'm just reading their article. It'll be interesting, however, to see which values the app will accommodate. Will it accept queer Christians seeking hookups, kink, or polyamory, for instance? Will it also allow atheists, spiritualists? Now, you have to watch those spiritualists because they do things that I got to wait to the academy to talk about. Spiritualists and non-Christian to join? We have asked these questions, and as well as what the app's creators make of Leviticus 18 and 22 and Leviticus 20 and 13. Here we go, elder lawyer, to why they're doing this. Those pesky Israelites. I can't say that right now, but how do they know Leviticus 18 and 22 and Leviticus 20 and 13 after just highlighting the demographic of people in Los Angeles and New York? And you cannot live in New York without knowing Leviticus 20 and 13 by heart with Israelites on the street. But I digress. I know y'all want me to tie 2 and 2 together, folks, but I must preserve this channel. All right. I'm just going to state, what the queer Christians are stating concerning their new app. right? The Old Testament Bible verses calling man on man sex an abomination, worthy of death. Here's what they had to say. Now, mind you, I don't think any sin that the Bible states in the Old Testament, my personal opinion, I believe Christ's death covers the punitive judgment of any sin, leaving space to repent before the judgment. So for them to state that they should be put to death is dishonest, because there's nobody out there trying to execute that law that's teaching those verses. Everyone that teaches those verses say that in the Old Testament, this would have been the judgment. But through the grace of Christ, people have an opportunity to repent from sin. And that the judgment still stands if we go before the Father unrepented. See, I had to clear that up, because what's not being stated in this article is the same Israelites on the corner saying that drug dealers, if they don't repent, is going to get put to death. Murderers, if they don't repent, is going to get put to death. They're not just singling out one demographic or population of people. Let me just highlight that, though. The reason we're building believers, and that's deep that they're going to use that name, that word. The reason we're building believer is to provoke a space for a diverse group. And I told y'all black people, stop going into these multicultural diversity type of organizations thinking they're talking about you. But anyway, the reason we're building Believer to provide a space for a diverse group of people who have felt too queer for Christians and too Christians for LGBTQ spaces. Now, conservative Christians don't discriminate with the disapproval of 1/3 of the alphabet plus Christians and 1/3 of the alphabet non-Christians alike. We have a broad view of human sexuality and believe everyone has value regardless of their sexual preference. We believe in the basic human truth that we all want to be connected and loved. Anyone is welcomed no matter how they experience or express their sexuality. But what we need to know with anyone, anywhere, whether you like this or not, what is the moral line in these particular choices? What is the moral line? Is there? What is the line sexually? Is there? And if so, let us know what the line is. Or altogether there is no line. Because saying you are a Christian is saying that you align yourself with Christian values and the morals that are taught, which are contained in the Bible. Right? Now, I'm not going to give my opinion. I'm just telling you what the Bible does. Me being a Christian in of itself is saying that I'm aligning myself with the moral foundation established for salvation, including who I choose to be with. It must be a standard according to the Bible. Now, I just wanted to go over this. I didn't mean to go off here, Elder Lawyer, but I wanted to bring out something with this because it still dovetails or adds into the topic, a world built on lies. Here it is, one minority group is celebrating some politicized death of a black man at the same time, right? We think that there's some justice. This is being promoted at the same time for another minority group. Regarding the Bible's anti-gay verses. Now, to me, I can't accept how that's being phrased. Because I don't believe that the Bible is into words like, anti-gay or anti-black or anti-white. The Bible is anti-sin. So I can't accept that verbiage. That verbiage, it doesn't fit how the Bible does what? Instill morality or judge matters in the long run. See, the Bible is really cut and dry. It ain't anti-gay, anti-white, anti-black, anti-this. No, the Bible is anti-sin. It's quite simple. It's absolute. Now, regarding the Bible's anti-gay verses, Believer writes, it is not the mission of the company to refute verses condemning the lifestyle. There are other organizations doing the work of offering different interpretations. So yeah, we making our own books. You see what happens when we allow them to come along and claim that the Bible is just written by man? This opens a door for other men to do what? To create their own Bible. Well, if the Bible is tampered with, the Bible really doesn't matter. If the Bible is just a white man's book, if the Bible really doesn't matter, it's just one of many books, why would they go through such lengths to make one to excuse certain behaviors? If the Bible really doesn't matter, they know the Bible does matter. They know that at the end of the day, souls will be judged by the laws, statutes, and commandments contained in it. Right? Now, I'm going to go more in detail this Sunday because there's certain things I can't say and keep a page. But I thought that was interesting that one minority group get what they want. Chauvin, whoever his name is, the sacrificial lamb to make you believe justice has been served. And at the same time, another minority group is getting what they want. Right? And it so happens one minority group controls or is set up as the power structure over the other. And I'm going to let you all guess who's in what position. All right, Elder Lawyer, anything you have to say on that, or should I open up the lines now?
Yes, sir. I believe you had a few scriptures, but also in relation to that, you were mentioning that this does have relevance to the topic at hand. When you go to the book of Ecclesiastes 7:6, it says, or 7:8, I'm sorry, better is the end of a thing than the beginning of thereof. A lot of us get caught up in the initial stories. We get caught up in the initial emotions when we've seen these things taking place, when we saw them taking place last year. And we're seeing that just a year later, all of that energy and all of the steam that was behind the injustices that were being done against predominantly the portrayal of black men being unjustly harmed or unjustly killed. You also had a black woman, but all of us remember the Breonna Taylor case, but for the most part, black men pretty much being used to build up the steam and the emotion and the rage. And we see slowly but surely, just a year later, all of that steam is being channeled for other minority groups. One you just mentioned in relation to the app. And we also see in another so-called quote unquote minority group, more so a racial group, who's taken all of that steam that was generated from last year and is now using it for their agenda against the black community. I'll let you all know exactly what's going on in the news. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. It seemed like the power structure that be the media controlled by the synagogue of Satan are now culminating a new narrative as if black people are trying to attack or go against Asians. But that doesn't exist. I believe, now this is my opinion right now, I believe they're getting ahead of the curve. Based on the conversations that were being had before they politicized George Floyd and all that. Because they know that if there's a patriarchy where men are setting the standards in our communities going forward, we become the new gatekeepers, and who are directly affected by that in our communities. The merchants who have always financially grandized themselves in our communities. Because that means they'll have to sit down and meet with us before setting up business in our communities. like for instance, I can't go into Little Italy down in South Philadelphia, down where 9th and Washington Street is in different parts of Little Italy, and say, listen, I want to set up a barbecue shop over here, or I want to sell beef ribs up in there. No, they're going to say, no, this is owned by this Italian family. This Italian family run things. You got to sit down with the Don to do business in Little Italy. See? If I want to, I'm looking in Chinatown, I'm like, man, you know what's missing? You know what? I don't see no collard greens and mac and cheese down here. Man, I want to set up Black Rick's ribs. Right next to the Chinese store. Black Rick ribs. I want to set that up right there between the Taylor Chinese shop and the Chinese restaurant on the corner. And I want it in the middle, a big black guy with a bush. Big Rick or Black Rick ribs. Buy one rack, get one free with a side with a bottle of my homemade barbecue sauce. If I went down to Chinatown like that and say, man, I need to set this up right here, they'd be like, no, you have to speak to the Chinese families who are top families. I'm talking about Chinese mafia type of deals to even think about doing business in Chinatown. See? But now we're talking about, no, the reason why they set up a matriarchy over us is because women by nature are more agreeable when it comes to things like this. They just want to take care of their families, get along. They're not thinking about the long-term effects, having other people rip us apart financially, come in and pillage us, Arabs and all that, and to only build the legacies of their families going forward for generations to come. And conversations, Elder Lawyer, was happening where we were discussing as black men, no more of this. Okay, no more of this. This is why they feared reparations. So now to get in front of it now, they're trying to make up this felonious story as if there's a racial tension between Chinese and black people. No, there's not. But what blacks are planning for the long-term survival of our families will have an impact on the nations who has always financially grandized themselves off of us without giving anything back. That's why they're getting in front of it now. Because they say, well, black people talking about making their own stores and selling their own stuff. And if sisters are buying here, well, listen, why don't they sell their own here and go do the business themselves? What is it for us? Synagogue of Satan at the top is saying, don't worry about it. I got you. We will protect you politically so that if they try to do anything to stop that financial gravy train of you destroying those people in the inner cities, you'll have political asylum against them. We're going to now side with you. Now, listen, after using us to put the president and the vice president in office, let me tell you, folks, are we not tired of being lied to? And brothers and sisters, what we're talking about right now, does it make common sense? Does it make good sense what I'm saying? Shouldn't we have the right to decide who financially grandize themselves off of us like they do? And why don't we have that? We don't have that because we don't have a patriarchy. And see, and that's what the Bible sets up. Men are gatekeepers. Men are gatekeepers. Look at Nehemiah in the Bible. When I say gatekeepers, you have to talk to us before doing business. And folks, believe it or not, in the 60s and all that, it was once like that. It was once like that, folks, where our communities were our communities. See, Elder Lawyer, this is why I like these open blogs and discussions. Because for once, since the advent of communications, the receiving of information isn't one way through mainstream. Right?
Right.
We're able to actually talk, right, bring forth ideas, rational ideas to come to a what? A resolve. And me saying what we need for our people isn't that I'm racist or against anyone else. And we need to stop with that idea of thinking, if you think about your people first, that's racist. When that's the way of the world. How can you do anything for anyone else if home isn't taken care of first? And our priorities are backwards. We believe we're going to let everybody in and join everybody in as they take, pillage, and destroy, only so that we can complain, y'all not giving nothing back. That's backward. If you got it, you don't have to give it. You don't have to be asking for it back. You got it already. They're coming to get it from you. They don't want, the lawyer, they've been trying to muzzle those discussions. We're the only people who have already saying y'all not giving back. Giving back implies you have it already.
Right.
Though, and guess what, folks? These discussions wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for this Bible. If it wasn't for this Bible. I don't care what people say about reparations. They can't even talk about reparations. Why? Because if you go into reparations, I'm able to go into the Bible and show you a whole nation who received them before leaving Egypt. See? It all goes back to the Bible. I don't care how much they try to escape it. We're not going to get on code and get the proper protection and circle the wagons as a people to protect the sovereignty of our people if we don't get on code like the righteous did before the fall of Jerusalem. And those that were on code made it through the storm, made it through the desolation, because they understood the Bible was the foundation, was the guide to get us through trouble. So people talk about reparations, they're confused about how to get them because they refuse to believe in the Bible. The Bible said, listen, boom. Our God said, borrow from the Egyptians. Gold and silver. Ba, 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 ba. Now, people might say, well, hold up. You were stealing from... No, he didn't steal, because it was Joseph, an Israelite, who's known as Imhotep, before we became a nation. It was through him preparing Egypt to go through a 7-year famine is why Egypt became so rich. It was our forefathers that set up the storehouses to get riches, gold, and resources from the kings amongst the Mesopotamian area. We built Egypt. But then there rose up a new politician, a new Pharaoh who didn't respect the fact that we built it. So the Most High said, it's yours anyway, but you must be united to get it. And we left Egypt with much substance because we were on code as Israelites. We can get it all as Israelites. We can get it all together. The moral, civil, the dietary law, the 10 commandments, everything we complain about, claiming we're not on code and we got to do better, will instantly fix our neighborhoods. Because it's not about the other nations. It's about how we treat one another, being on code according to God's law. This is how, folks, we get that foundation that leads us to Zion. And that's why, listen, man, I was listening to the conversations before all this. And sometimes you have to hear, you have to put your ear to the street and hear what's coming out spiritually, even if that person don't know it's coming from them. Because if you're spiritual, you can discern what's spiritual. You can discern when something is resonating through people, whether they know they're Israelites or not. And I kept my ear to the ground and I'm like, yo, I'm listening to what this guy's saying. I'm listening to that guy saying. See, but we have the fortitude and the knowledge to know, well, guess what? The Bible says we should be doing this verse and that verse. Maybe that brother don't know it who don't believe in the Bible, but he don't know that the code he's talking about is in it. So it's the Most High, brothers and sisters, working. And the enemy is mad, Elder Lawyer, and now the enemy is going to try to make a spat between blacks and Asians. No. We don't have no problem with them. They're merchants. They're just trying to make money. They're doing what they're doing in a capitalistic society. But we can decide who to give our capital to.
That's right.
Nothing against you. Right? We've been saying along that here, and all that stuff. Listen, I'm not even going to argue about that. Okay? Because I believe sisters are going to get it together. What I'm saying is, sisters, if you're going to make that $1 billion industry, why don't you make that your industry? And give that to your patriarchy, and let's build our nation together. The same. Why don't we do it for us? See, that's the discussions we are having, which are biblical, Bible-based. That they don't want. So now that what they're trying to do is trigger other races against us now, aligning enemies to politically shoot us with their fiery darts to keep us off code. But you know what? I say, you know what? We're going to have these discussions on top of what's going on to actually move the conversation back to where it was before the political discussions began. Right? See, and guess what? I know the power of ideas. Just put it out there, and guess what? It's gonna. Hey, the whole earth, the whole world was made with what? We spoke about it this week, Elder Lawyer, in the academy. The whole universe was spoken with a word. And I know by putting it out there, the power of the word. Even if I don't execute everything that's being said, someone is going to take pieces of what we're saying and be like, you know what? I can do that. And that's what they are afraid of, folks, because what? I'm going to tell you right now. The ministry of Christ is so strong because it's an idea. You cannot destroy, you cannot crucify, you cannot kill an idea. And this is what they were afraid of. The narrative being spoken between regular people saying now it's time for us to come up with a solution because we tried for years to ask the government, our politicians, our preachers for solutions, and we found out they're lacking. And I'm no longer going to wait for anyone else outside of me to change my condition. So we spinning this narrative right back to where it was. Guess what? Guilty, guilty, guilty. Guess what, folks? The whole power structure is guilty. And you're satisfied with that? They're guilty for not telling our people that we are the children of Israel. They're guilty for separating our families. People talk about human trafficking as if you care about human trafficking. We are products of human trafficking. So I don't want to hear about a verdict. We don't need a Band-Aid. We don't need someone just to put a little Band-Aid over something when the whole structure is guilty. Elder Lawyer, the few scriptures real quick, and then we'll open up the lines.
Yes, sir. Job chapter 13, verse number 4. But you're forgers of lies.
They're what?
But you're forgers of lies.
Ye are forgers of lies. Because you're not going to make me believe. This system can never make me believe that that they would ever care about a black man who was killed unjustly by the hands of our oppressors. You can't do that. When I look at the numbers, the number of black boys are killed before they get an opportunity to be born. When still to this day, when you look at where they celebrate the life that have always destroyed our people. When you check out Snowfall, which is really another movie, another series based on who? Rick Ross. Who they claim was, well, we're doing this to finance a war in Nicaragua. Now that's killing two birds with one stone. Killing our people in Nicaragua and using the money to kill us here. So you can't tell, this was all, they putting it right out, folks, in the front, that this was a government strategic plan to get our people strung out on crack cocaine. But yet you're going to make me celebrate yesterday as if you care about a black man dying unjustly by the hands of a white man? Are you kidding me? Where all these things have become declassified because there's no longer anyone living that we can prosecute. Now they've declassified that information. It's coming out right out that it was the government behind the drugs that killed our people in the neighborhoods, destroyed whole families, whole neighborhoods. But you mean to tell me you want me to celebrate a cop being what? Are you kidding me? Don't tell me you care about a black man. The day that there's one announcement throughout all of media together, led by the leader of the free world saying, what, all together, we've enslaved the children of Israel throughout the four corners of the earth. And they're the black people who America was built on, England was built on, the world was built on. Until that day, you can stop your lying and tell the truth. I'll never believe you would care about what happened to a black man by the hand of a white man. When it only takes one announcement. Tell our people the truth, because with that name comes responsibility, comes accountability. Tell the truth for a change. Or I will assume, that's right, your media circus, I will always assume they're lies until you tell us the truth. Why should I believe anything you say? Go ahead, Elder Lawyer. Read it again.
Yes, sir. Job chapter 13, verse number 4. But you're forgers of lies. You're all physicians of no value.
And they are what?
physicians of no value.
And it tell you that they are physicians of no value. Right there, God is saying, chapter and verse, just say the chapter and verse, Elder Lawyer, for me.
Job 13, verse 4.
You're forgers of lies, and you are physicians of no value. That means you have doctors that are of no value to you, according to God. Anytime any profession is incentivized, it's no longer a service to the people. That means these professionals will sell you out to the highest bidder. And that's why God say, don't trust anyone. Woe to man that trust in man and make of his strength their arm. I don't care what they put on, how convincing they sound. They are forgers of lies and physicians of no value. They don't have your overall, folks, listen to me clearly. They don't have your overall happiness and prosperity. They don't have that. They're not thinking of you long term. I need you to think about that. The Lord said it. That they're forgers of lies and physicians of no value. You listen to them, you're going to die. It's what God is saying. Everything they put on the news is strategic and calculating for a reason. It's called social engineering. They would never put anything out there on the news that would benefit our people long term. What else you have, Elder Lawyer?
We also have Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 12.
Read it again. Read that.
Woe to, yes, sir. Habakkuk chapter 2, verse number 12. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood.
Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood.
Establisheth a city by iniquity.
And establish a city by iniquity. Let me tell you, folks, the devil has a way through social engineering of just like a game of chess, of calculating a whole social construct against the people where you have no idea who was the mind behind it. Man, I'm looking at Snowfall. I'm saying that whole thing where the CIA agent was there and where the brother was given, full carte blanche, where no one could actually attack him because he was being used to bring drugs in his neighborhood to destroy other people and all that. And I'm looking at that. I'm like, man. And then at the end of the day, they'll burn you anyway. Using our people as assets. Folks, and you know what? That resonated personally with me looking at it, and I didn't say much because I remember, folks, when that stuff first came on the block and how the one guy that was bringing it in was revered as almost a godfather of the community. I remember it. I remember how it devastated the beautiful women, the beautiful girls in our neighborhoods. How it devastated the patriarchy. I'm talking about the strong guys who came home from Vietnam and that was cutting hair in the cellar. The men figures that was there. And any man that would have any power or control over the community, they flocked that way. Because that gave them instant credibility and power within the community. So altogether, the thinkers, those who can calculate, the patriarchy, the men, the strong men all flocked that way and became parts of gangs like Junior Black Mafia. And all together in one clean sweep, there was no strong leaders who can plan and protect our communities. I remember that. I remember the drug game coming on the scene and destroying the most strongest men you could ever think about. I'm talking about cats that can knock out cats with one punch. Was sitting there scratching, and you can play the xylophone on his ribs after 3 months on crack. Folks, it was all calculated. That's why when I look at yesterday, I'm like, at first I'm saying, you know what? They probably would say guilty or whatever. Not guilty is if they're looking to tear it down altogether right now. But they don't have to say not guilty. I mean, if they say guilty, they can string us along with the level of hope for another 5-10 years, like we did, like Obama. They can keep us still enough to destroy us, believing that there's some justice in this world, when it was only calculating, just like the crack epidemic was calculated. The perfect time to bring in Barack Obama was calculating, because we no longer believe in the system and they sucked us right back in. We seen what was going on with Bush, the wars and all that, and we gave up on the system. And Barack Obama sucked us right back in. And then after he didn't give us anything, we realized, okay, this whole system is a farce. If a black man can't do nothing for blacks, we're done. So we gave up again. And they conveniently put in what? A bad guy that everyone can hate to suck us right back in. And use the George Floyd scenario to now make us politically savvy back into the same engine that have always destroyed us. Right back in. These are the same people that planned crack and all that other stuff and destroyed our neighborhoods, destroyed the patriarchy, and they suck us in every time. Read it again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Habakkuk chapter 2, verse number 12. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood, and establisheth a city by iniquity.
It says, woe to them that build a town with blood, and establish a city by iniquity. This is how all this stuff was established, folks. Let me tell you, folks, that verdict yesterday was to do what? Pacify us. To have us forget what the conversations were before the political distractions. Read on, Elder Lawyer.
Verse number 13. Behold, it is not of the Lord of hosts that the people should labor in the very fire, and the people shall weary themselves for very vanity.
Let's go to Joel real quick, where it talks about the volley of Jehoshaphat.
Yes, sir.
There is no truth in that land. Let's get that, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
In Hosea.
We're in Hosea chapter 4, verse number 1.
Thank you.
Hosea 4 and 1.
Read it.
Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel.
Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. Read.
For the Lord hath a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land.
Read that again. See, God has a controversy with the inhabitants of this land. Because everything you do is with a political agenda. It's not about truth. It's a political agenda. You'll pacify a few Negroes with a verdict. See? You can trigger people immediately through what? A race component. And it's going to come a time, folks, where we have to grow beyond that and say, well, listen, I don't care about the police and the black man and all that stuff, because we're going to work ourselves together to a degree where we won't have to fear someone coming and doing anything to us. That's how justice is established. Not by you hoping someone doesn't do anything to you. See, it doesn't work that way. The Bible teaches us this, folks. It breaks it down. It's going to come a time where we're not triggered, but they can easily do what? They can always find a victim, because we are endless victims. Our society breeds victimhood. So anytime they need to find a convenient story to politicize, to divert us, they'll have it. There's black guys getting shot every day. There's cops spatting with people, black, white, and others every day. They just need to find a story to hitch their media wagon to distract us. How long are we going to continue to be played like this? This story go away. They'll find a mother and be like, okay, hey, listen, you broke. I know you probably live in Section 8, don't got any money. We can attach you to this political wagon. We'll look at your bank account. She look at her bank account. She don't got an EBT card. She got $1 million sitting in the bank. If she's willing to now say her and her son get on TV and cry now before the people, you got $1 million. Guess what? You don't got to worry about living in the hood no more. Here's $1 billion house over here. It's the same thing over and over, folks. That's how they do it. They'll find a convenient story of victimhood, because you can't help but find victims amongst people who in the neighborhoods. There's always a story that can be politicized. And they'll put a camera in front of you. She's sitting there crying, the family crying. Now they pull the heartstrings of all of our people at once because they think we're dumb. Read it again, Elder Lawyer.
Hosea chapter 4, verse number 1. Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. For the Lord hath a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land.
There's no truth, mercy, or knowledge of God in this land. Okay, I would never agree with some injustice being done to any man, especially a black man. But don't tell me y'all care about a black man when there's children that's being ripped out of their wombs, young boys being killed every day straight out of their mother's womb with no pushback or sympathy at all. And these are babies. So don't come to me with that crap about you care about justice. And nah. Where's the justice for the innocent? There's no truth or knowledge of God in this land. There's no truth. And that's why we've titled this, you got it, A World Built on Lies. Political stories to trigger and distract the children of God is what we're used to. It's time for us to get the conversation back on the Most High. His laws, statutes, and commandments, and getting on code with each other. I'm not, guess what? We're going to ignore these Asian black stories because these were made for television. There is no Asian black problem. Okay, there is no problem that they're not generating through the media. Okay, we're not, and don't take the bait. Do not take the bait. Right now, what's going on in the United States is a rise of Gog and Magog, which is the Asians. And they're doing this on purpose, folks. Why? In order for them to social engineer America into what? A communist slave country. They must now bring in the people who are used to it. Living under oppression is normal in China. So if they can downsize our population and bring more of them in, they can slowly bring this system into what it looks like in China, where the government rules over the people and the people have minimal rights against the power structure. That's what this is. That's what this is. And it's not like Chinese people are coming in here to do anything. They're already been socially engineered to accept the government power structure over a democracy. That's what they're used to. So it's nothing for them to walk around with the mask on like this, because years when we was walking around free and all this, when Michael Jackson was going over in China 15, 20 years ago, him and his children had on masks, and all of the Chinese people had on masks there. Because it was the same, the campaign started there. And they was used to, I used to see Chinese people on planes and all that with masks on, because this is what they're used to already. So this is nothing new to them. This is not a compromise to Chinese people. They've been conditioned to deal with this 10, 15, 20 years ago. Y'all don't hear me when I'm talking about here. So this is social engineering, slowly bringing a people who are used to freedom into what? Into a quasi-slave posture. See, when the Chinese people come over here and the Asians come over here, it's nothing new, because they wear, I used to wonder why you used to wear masks everywhere. On TV, you see them. When I was on the planes traveling throughout the other countries, they would wear them because this is what their society have pushed on them for over 2 decades. So this is why you hear the rise of the Asian thing, and you'll see on the media, they're going to, you got to have now an Asian person. You're going to see Asian everywhere, because why? This is a social engineer change. To do what? To minimize the number of the regular minorities in the country, to replace them with what? Agreeable citizens who will agree with what? You got it. Minimal rights in a free country. Huh?
You said what's the distraction, right?
Yeah.
Guess what?
What's up?
Remember how we used to say, get out of Demona?
Yeah.
There was an explosion there, in which they're now trying to investigate, trying to hint at maybe Iran was responsible, because they had said allegedly they were going to come after the reactor there.
Look at this. Another story. Man, we got a lot. We got to keep this for the... See, I can't be bringing out some of the news on here.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, the distraction.
While we're talking about whether or not you should wear a mask, Israel awaits details for explosions near Dimona, Israel. Now, Dimona, Israel was the area where Ben Ami, remember that elder lawyer? Ben Ami, yes, and them had what you would call a little colony, almost a little area of black Hebrews who migrated back to Israel. Well, really, when you look at it, that was a convenient place for them to actually colonize under this black movement, while there was other things going on being built in that same area by the state of Israel. So no one could be alarmed with the other buildings that was happening there underground, because it was a black colony being used as decoy. But now they're claiming that an explosion happened in Israel near Dimona, and it's being blamed on Iran. See, this is real news. This is the stuff that we can actually talk about that they'll never tell you, because there's only one level of news being inundated through our airwaves all day, every day, 24 hours a day. And it's drugs, 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 drugs. You want this? Ask your doctor. You want that? Ask your doctor. It's drugs, it's mass, it's the campaign, or it's guilty, non-guilty, when real prophecy is actually happening as we speak. Now, we told people years ago to get out of Dimona, Israel. The same way we're going to warn the people. And it's no coincidence that the people, like that girl from Jordan, she ain't a part of the Gathering Christ Church. She came from Ben Ami, living in Dimona, Israel. And she tried to latch on to us after they lost steam there, trying to get people from our church to actually uphold a movement so that she can go someplace else and be sustained. I had to put that out there because people think because she say GOCC Jordan, she have something to do with me. We told you we have nothing to do with that. She's from Dimona, Israel, under Ben Ami. And when that thing went to nothing, we told people to stay away from down there. The same judgment that's coming over there will come to that area in Jordan.
I just wanted to make it clear. They're saying they imply just for the change.
They are implying. Yeah. They're not saying it's Iran, but Israel Post, and I'm glad we keep our eyes on the news in Israel, because there's some other things I brought out concerning the Ethiopian immigrants that had to go into that land that I can't talk about here. So a lot of things going on in Israel right now, folks. And it's conveniently not being talked about in American media, in the United States media. But they are implying, without actually making allegations, that it could have been Iran with this explosion. Now, that's to be continued in the academy. Elder Lawyer, one more verse, and then we're going to open up the lines. Let's read, and I have to make an announcement. Go on.
Yes, sir. You still want Hosea
Joel
4?
Joel.
Joel. Okay.
You're 3 and 1.
Yes, sir. All right, going to the book of Joel. In fact, I'll pull it up here.
Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Joel chapter 3, verse number 1.
Yeah.
For behold, in those days and at that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem. That means
the children of Israel will begin to wake up. Read.
I will also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat, and will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel.
And that's what's going on right now. You have a lot of races going into the Middle East for the resources, coming into different parts of Africa, thinking they're going to steal the resources under our foot. But God has another plan. Most people ask, why is there Chinese presence in Africa right now? Well, it tells you in the book of Ezekiel that he would put hooks in the jaws of Magog, which are the Mongols or China, and bring them back into the Middle East for this war. So you wonder why there's an uptick on what you would call PR space for Asians now? It's their time to be brought into the war. They've been playing under the radar too long. Magog in the Bible is China. Anybody tell you that Moab and Ammon is Chinese and Japanese, they just don't know. Moab and Ammon borders Israel. Those are Middle Eastern people. I've met Jordanians and I've met Palestinians. These are Moab and Ammon. Chinese people are Japheth people. So when it says, I shall put hooks in their jaws and bring them back, it's talking about, a public showing of China, who was playing under the radar the whole time. Okay. So now they're coming into the valley of Jehoshaphat. Go on.
It says, I will also gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat and will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land.
Come on.
Verse 3, and they have cast lots for my people and have given a boy for an harlot.
And they have given a boy for an harlot. When you see a lot of these guys that are used through Hollywood, that are news anchors and are politicians, these are little boys that grew up under some very compromising circumstances to be utilized for what they're doing publicly as representatives for us. But we don't know these people, okay? They're not our representatives. They're not our leaders. These were kids, little boys, that was actually, let me put it this way, groomed to do what they're doing. Giving a little boy for a harlot, moving little boys around and messing with little boys, grooming them in that mentality of victim, to raise them as a Manchurian candidate and aim them as a political weapon against certain groups. This is what they do, folks. This is what they do. So the Most High said, these people, when they go get refugees and all that and come into other countries, war-torn countries, and take our people, they raise them and groom them. They sexually exploit all that. And God said there's a judgment for all of it. See, you can hide from us. You can use your media to spin what you're doing and try to have a feel-good story that comes with philanthropy. But our God is telling you exactly what they're really doing, folks. Come on.
And they have cast lots for my people and have given a boy for an harlot and sold a girl for wine that they might drink.
Human trafficking. See? They've always been human trafficking. Human trafficking never stopped. They do this. They get our little boys, little girls. They go into these villages. And hey, guess what? There was a convenient story out there a long time ago where I believe Oprah Winfrey had this school in South Africa where she was going to empower little girls. And then the story came out that there was some stuff going on that shouldn't have been going on. And the story just magically went away. There was all types of alleged allegations of what that school was really for. And I was wondering, hold up. There's a lot of black girls suffering right over here in America. Why do you have to go all the way to Africa to build a black school for girls? Well, that school isn't what you thought it was going to be. A lot of alleged activity that came with Epstein and all that was a part of, allegedly out there. And God is calling it out. He says he's tired of our children becoming victims of these predators. Only for you to raise them and groom them, because first of all, they're being tortured mentally and otherwise, and they're fearful for their lives. And they grow in that fear. So whatever you put in front of them, teleprompters, they'll say and all that in fear of what's going to happen to them. Remembering their torturer and all that stuff. So I was born this way. Oh yeah, they'll say anything the power structure makes them say, because they was born in fear. And our God is saying, you know what? He's tired of this. See? Come on.
Verse 4. Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all the coast of Palestine?
And you know what? And this is what really ticked me off, Elder Lawyer, when going back to that school in South Africa, where we thought there was some money being put out there to help little black sisters, but come to find out that there was a lot of sexual activity and all that stuff alleged out there. These are the same people when R. Kelly name came up, was trying to ostracize R. Kelly. Not that I was protecting R. Kelly, but what a hypocrite. What a hypocrite. Now you're going to make R. Kelly the face of pedophilia? When that school over there was all type of allegations was coming up with these little girls in South Africa? The black man always end up being the villain. While the real evil, and that's why R. Kelly was saying, I can show you people with real chains. What did R. Kelly know? That's the hypocrisy. Not to absolve R. Kelly, because I don't agree with none of that crap. But these are the last people that should be standing up trying to demonize Michael Jackson, a dead man, to accuse him of pedophilia and all that. When here it is, you got all types of stuff, Epstein Island, girls in Africa and all that, boys trafficking and all that attached to you. But at the end of it, it's the black man that's always the victim. And we allow this. Come on.
Yes, sir. Hosea chapter 4, verse 4. Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all the coast of Palestine? Will ye render me a recompense? And if ye recompense me, swiftly and speedily will I return your recompense upon your own head. Because ye have taken my silver and my gold, and have carried into your temples my goodly pleasant things. The children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have you sold unto the Grecians.
You sold
that ye
us.
might remove them.
You sold us. It's speaking of the children of Israel being sold into captivity. And none of you will actually admit that so publicly, and you know it. It's in your books. Even in the book that the sister sent me. Where's that book at? All through, this book is from the 1800s. Called The Slave Trade. Falling apart. They know we the children of Israel. But they refuse to tell our children. And the Most High says, you know what? I'm going to put a recompense on you. And some people might ask, well, why? Well, why you, Elder Ricard, why you keep saying that they should say something? You know why they should say something? Because they would make you believe since yesterday that there's some justice in this world for our people. And there'll never be any justice until the world structure tells the truth. That they have enslaved the children of Israel. That God's chosen people are enslaved in America and around the world like we once were in Egypt. That we're not Hamites. That we're the children of Israel. And guess what? The children of Israel are back. And that's why. There's no justice until they begin to tell the truth. Come on, let's go.
verse number 6.
Come on.
And the children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have
Yeah,
ye sold
Joel.
unto the Grecians
Joel.
that ye...
Read.
Yes, sir. Joel chapter 3, verse 6.
Come on.
The children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have ye sold unto the Grecians that ye might remove them far from their border.
That you may move them far from their border. Come on, I can't breathe. Oh, man, justice just happened, man. I can breathe now. And he's sitting there with a freaking mask on. You can't make this up, man. This is idiocracy. The same time they're telling people the hashtag I can't breathe, it's the same time they're smothering you by forcing mask mandates. You can't make this stuff up. And I'm looking at people, they got masks sideways. One here, you know, and one here. I'm like, what? You got tic-tac-toe on your face, like 4, 5. I'm like, man, you okay? You're gonna get a heart murmur, man. No, listen, man, it's real. I'm like, okay. I see they're trying to speak to people. You can't even hear a coherent sentence. I'm like, excuse me, sir, it's okay. You can actually pull off your mask and speak to me so I can understand what you're saying. Oh. Excuse me. I just want to say excuse me. Can't even see their face. Total madness out there. Total madness. And I'm asking the guy, one dude's like, yeah, I'm just scheduled, get ready for my second one. He got like 42 masks on. Get ready for my second one. You know, I'm like, your second one? I'm like, you got your, yeah, I got my first one. You know, got masks all over the place. You know, I got my shield and I'm social distancing because I understand he's toxic at this point. And I'm like, well, if you already got the hookup, why you need the mask? And that's when a question mark, that's when total blankness, like they just stare without blinking because a rational question is asked. So you got the hookup, why are you wearing the stuff? Well, they say we can still get it. Cool. I'm like, social distance, dude. And I got my plastic hookup on, breathing fine. So it doesn't have to make sense, folks. But go ahead, Elder Lawyer. It doesn't have to make sense. I'm gonna let y'all figure it out. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Joel 3, verse 7. Behold, I will raise them out of the place whither you have sold them, and will return your recompense upon your own head. And I will sell your daughters or your sons and your daughters into the hand of the children of Judah, and they shall sell them to the Sabians, to a people far off, for the Lord have spoken it.
Now listen, let me tell you this. I feel people have the right to wear whatever they want. That's what freedom is. So I don't begrudge someone wearing. You can wear 64 masks. Hey, wear 666 masks if you want. That's your deal. I don't begrudge that. It's called freedom. But someone please tell me when this will begin to make any sense. Any of it. Any of it. That's why I'm glad we have the word of God. I'm glad I stand on faith. Because if you're fearful and confused to what time we're living in prophetically, you'll go for anything without any rational reason to do so. I'm glad my foundation is Christ. Because Christ don't change like the weather. He don't give you one narrative today and another tomorrow. God doesn't do that. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't put confusion on his people. So You can follow the devil, and I'll trust in the Lord. I'll trust in AHAYAH. Now, let's go now, Elder Lawyer. I'm going to call you right back and bring you right on. And I have a few people waiting on, and I'll bring you right on with the call, okay? With the blog talk, with the call. All right?
Yes, sir.
Bless you.
Yes, sir.
1 second.
Shalom.
Shalom. It's time to open up the calls. Was justice served yesterday, or was it a convenient cover-up? What is it? This thing is built on lies, isn't it? All right. Let's see. Maybe they're telling the truth. Maybe everything is fine and obviously, okay. And obviously, justice was served. Hold on here. Who knows? What is your take? 1 second.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
All right. Let me see. All right, here. All right.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. All right. Blog Talk, we're live. 515-605-9327 is the number. To call. Before you make sure if you have a question, comment, or statement that you hit the 1 button. That lets us know you're in queue and you have something to say, okay? So if you're in queue and trying to say something, have a statement, comment, question, hit the 1. Now, before I do that, let me make an announcement. We are in only the 2nd week of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Why am I telling you this? Enrollments are open. I know some of you are thinking that because you missed the first week and couldn't get in because of the enrollment deadline, that you have to wait another 3 months. No, you don't. We made it convenient where if you enroll, you will receive the 1 week missed. You'll receive the first week of the Hebrew 101, learning the letters, the news that was off the chains this last Sunday, and the lesson, a groundbreaking lesson taught like it never was taught before, the creation of the universe. We even went into the introduction of the understanding of the heavens before the earth was made, the portals around on the outside of our earth, and how the angels travel into our realm. That was part 1, breaking down how everything was created from the beginning by angels ordered by Christ. We broke down the original family. Masculine, feminine, and life, which began time. We prove beyond any shadow of a doubt that the Holy Spirit is a feminine aspect, a feminine and not a masculine like they're teaching under the world trinity of the Roman Empire. Okay, now this week we're going into the darkness that was at the face of the deep, tracing the serpent seed, the fall of man, and we're going to prove that man was not alone on earth, that there were beings here at the same time Adam was made out of the dust of the ground. Where did those beings come from? And when you go into the different records, the Hebrew and others, what does it really illustrate? That's right. What was in the darkness, the face of the deep? Earth was made for a judgment, and we're going into tracing the serpent seed, life before the flood. This coming week. Week 2. We're going to also go into, in this academy, will families survive under the current politics of Sodom and Gomorrah? How can we overcome the politics and keep family together, which is the aim? It's an aim to destroy family. Can marriage survive the Sodom and Gomorrah political landscape? We're going to go into that. We're going to also go into, we have many new lessons. We're going to go into our life in Egypt, how we became citizens of Egypt before we were Israelites. We're going to also segue into week 12, the judgment of the nations and what? The kingdom of God. How will our kingdom be when this is all over? How will we rule under Christ? I'm going into it, folks. Will there be holy days? Will there be marriages? Some people might ask. What does the kingdom of heaven looks like that's coming here? Well, there'll be a new heaven and a new earth. And guess what? That realm is coming to us. That realm is coming here. The face of the deep was meant to be inhabited from the beginning, where heaven is on earth. That's right, folks. So I'm going into week 12, the judgment of the gods and the kingdom of heaven. What does an Israelite rulership look like? Week 12. You don't want to miss it. So if you're interested, we're going to open enrollments for you. Don't worry about it. Go to historytimes.org. Go there, enroll. And once you enroll, we'll give you all what you've missed. The creation of the universe. We broke it down. You're going to love it. And you'll have week 1 already in tow. Waiting. Already after you get that lesson we broke down last week, is going to segue right into Genesis, the first chapter. The face of the deep. Tracing the serpent seed, the fall of the angels. I'm going into the heavenly arches. I'm going into all that, the ranks of the angels and what happened in the beginning that led to the fall of what this world, who the Gentiles call the gods. This coming Sunday. You don't want to miss it. I have a lot of references, books, and all that to go into. It's going to be the lesson of all lessons. Tracing the serpent seed. Do Satan have a seed on earth? How did he get here? Is Satan just one being? All of that will be broken down this coming Tuesday. Go to historytimes.org. You don't want to miss it. Okay. Now, let's open up the lines. Elder Lawyer, just text me when you're ready. And yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring Elder Lawyer in so I don't have to worry about any disturbance midstream. While I'm taking calls, initially we have 313. We have 313. We have, okay, I think I see Sunshine. Welcome back. And then we have 985. Sometimes there's a small delay. The best way to deal with broadcasting when it comes to these broadcasts is to make sure we're not playing on speakers. It's best to have headphones so there's no feedback. All right. All right. So we're going to go down the line. 313-340-985-803 in that order. Okay. Make sure you're straight to the point. We're going to try to keep it 2 minutes per call unless it's edifying to a degree where I must give it more time. 313 area code. Let's start there. The monologue to get us back on track, if we may. A world built on lies in the wake of the Chauvin verdict. If you ask the majority of people out there suffering in the poor communities, our people, they'll say justice was finally served. Huh? Guilty was the verdict, and now most may hope for a future of equality without the threat of authorities coming down on us after receiving our tax dollars. Police putting their knees on our necks while we screaming as a black man, mama, I can't breathe. Was there justice? Well, was justice served, or was this an convenient cover-up used to change the conversations we were finally having as a people? Conversations we were having to actually fix ourselves, our nation, our communities. Long gone are the conversations in which we were discussing reparations for our people, who are still living a generational curse of dysfunctions from being a generational product of slavery. Long gone are the conversations we were having before the politics came in, where we were talking about building a strong patriarchy, men as leaders in the community, where we would be in full control of our long-term directions to direct our women and children righteously with a code led by men. And long gone are the conversations in the days where the truth of our people and our people's history is discussed without outside intrusion or validation. Long are those days. We were having a conversation that was building us inwardly, building us as a people, coming back to the knowledge that we were Israelites. In the midst of that, Nick Cannon got ostracized. What's the other brother? The rapper, Elder Lawyer. The one that sing DNA.
Yeah, Kendrick Lamar.
Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar just disappeared after he was saying we were Hebrews. Magically disappeared. In the midst of all that, Deshaun Jackson was sat down and was told that he had to go to a Holocaust museum and get re-educated for stating that blacks are Israelites. Now, then he got cut anyway. Then Ice Cube came out. Ice Cube came out, had pictures and all that showing black men, working as slaves, black men and women on the hieroglyphs of Egypt, saying that, hey, these Israelites look quite interesting. And he was ostracized. So there was a conversation going on before George Floyd, and what a convenient distraction, right? Because everyone was talking about it. Kendrick Lamar was talking about us being the Hebrews, that we need to get back on code according to the law, statute, commandments of God. Deshaun Jackson, football player. Boom. All that. I'm going to tell you, folks, don't sleep. King James LeBron James just wasn't sitting as King James on a magazine for nothing. Wink, wink. There's conversations going on. When that thing happened with Nick Cannon, man, let me tell you, man, everyone started to see what was happening. Okay? Because you see, what you can't sleep on are the conversations that led to that conversation. See? And the powers that be is seeing that, like, yo, this guy is a pop icon. He has influence on the generation we're trying to control. The conversations were going on, and conveniently, out came, I can't breathe. Out came, well, Trump is a bad guy, and we just got to get Trump. The conversation stopped immediately, and that shows the power of media. We should never let media get us off the discussions that must be had. And it's time to get back on it. Now, let's go. Let's go. Thank you for waiting patiently, brothers and sisters. Waiting patiently in the queue. So the question is, yesterday, was there justice with the verdict? Or are we, in worst case, believing there was? A great question. Yesterday, was that justice? Or are we, in worst case, believing justice was served? Let's go down the line. Okay, we have you here. Let's open up the lines. 313 area code first. You're live with the Gathering of Christ. Yes, sister, you're live with the Gather of Christ Church. Name?
Oh, wow. Praise AHAYAH. My name is April. I'm calling from Milwaukee. I'm just happy to talk to you elders. I've been following you guys about 8 years and fought it for a while, but I just thank the Most High because I'm in the academy now. I'm in the second academy, and I'm enjoying the first lesson, and all praises to AHAYAH because I never thought that I would learn as much as I've learned. And I've been in church since I was a baby. My grandfather was a pastor, and I've learned, like you said, you're going to learn more in one lesson than you ever learned in the Christian church, and that is most definitely the truth. And I just am so grateful, and I just praise AHAYAH tonight because I just am honored to talk to you guys, and I just thank him for using you all, for you guys studying the books the way that you have, and just, I am just grateful. But to answer your question, Elder, how are you?
Oh, I'm blessed by the best. You can't tell? And his name is AHAYAH.
Yes, I can. Yes, it is. I'm just, if you can't tell, I'm very excited just to be on. But yes, like I said, I've been listening to you guys and just learned so much, and I'm growing as a woman of God. And I really didn't have that was a great monologue. I really didn't have anything to say about that, and I don't want to be long-winded. But my main concern is I want to be baptized. Okay. I've been reaching out to the Chicago body because we don't have a body here in Milwaukee. But after today, I'm definitely excited about just trying to get connected with the body and being baptized, my family and I.
Okay, no problem at all, sister. We will accommodate. Let me have your name again. I'm sorry.
April. April, just like the month.
Okay, April, baptism.
Yes.
Hey, sister. I'm going to give you a little insight to what to expect this coming Sunday.
Okay.
Superman, right? When they show these Marvel movies on Superman, what is Superman's weakness? What do they use to take away Superman's strength?
Kryptonite.
Kryptonite. What is the origin of kryptonite? What aren't they telling us about kryptonite? Let me tell you.
I'm sure you're going to tell him.
Let me tell you, the devil. Let me tell you, them guys behind Hollywood have always known. Remember when, I don't know if you've seen a movie years ago with Superman, where it showed Superman lost his powers and had to go to Antarctica to actually get his powers back. He went through the snow and all that, and he found kryptonite and put it inside the thing, and his father started speaking to him. Jor-El was speaking to him.
Oh.
Did you see that?
I don't remember that one, Albert.
Oh, I'm going to tell you right now.
No, I didn't. I don't remember that one.
The whole Superman narrative ties in to tracing the serpent seed. Antarctica. And there's a reason that the kryptonite was the poison. Because guess where the kryptonite comes from? I'm going to hit you with something and I'm going to prove it this.
Tower of Babel?
Hold up. I'm gonna prove to you out of the Bible this coming Sunday in the academy.
Oh, I can't wait.
That the kryptonite comes from the throne of God.
Ooh, that's good.
Right? So
I'm excited. I can't wait.
When it talks about what the throne of God is and the different stones and all that's there, the destroyer of Satan is that particular, what they call kryptonite. And it's them knowing or fearing the throne of God coming here. This coming Sunday, sis, we're going to prove it out of the Bible why Superman, and then Superman is really the devil, why he fears kryptonite. It's the throne of God. I'm going to prove it this coming Sunday. Hold tight. Woo! Oh, it's going to be smoking. All right. Anyway, 340 area code. Shalom.
Hello.
Hey,
Shalom.
sunshine,
Hi,
sunshine.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hi, Elder. Shalom. Hi.
You're live.
Hi, how are you? Oh, shalom. Oh, elders. Oh, this topic, it's so true. I was thinking the exact same thing about this Chauvin verdict. It seems to be a convenient distraction, just as distracting as the Floyd incident was to our people, like you said. The incident itself was not the issue, but it's how the media spun things hot or spun things cold. And we, at the drop of a hat, like bark like trained cattle the way they see us and want us to be as mindless slaves. And even though black kings are every day, like you said, killed without even a whisper, unless like those who are in charge tell us to cry about it. The same way, like Elder Iraq was saying, that the Obama whole thing, this was like a big emotional distraction in the middle of a changing tide with Obama, where our people were finally settling on a place where they didn't trust the system and had non-investment in this captivity, is the same exact way that the Chauvin verdict for the poor people is a very heavy distraction during the changing tide towards seeing what things are for what they truly are. And in the middle of various medical procedures and mountain debt tolls from the medical procedures that may be underreported for those who go out and choose like that encourage elective medicine, the understanding that we as a people have been fooled for years and you know, over and over on end from who we are and what our purpose is according to the Most High. It's like and it hasn't been shown in the modern Christian pagan temples. We now get a so-called verdict for the people that gives a false sense of hope and calm before the storms. For the things that are happening are only the beginning of sorrows, but you know, there's more to come, like Christ says, and the end is not yet. And this false calm and the false hope is like false peace and safety that we know is destruction. It also translates into false doctrines and replacement theology against what the Most High says is right and what's wrong, and the traditions of men to do as thou wilt, even as, you know, in this come as you are pagan church. It's like utter disrespect for the laws of our God, our creator of heaven and earth. And it's like a melding of everything into one filthy soup that's neither hot or cold, but all aims to engender strife and proclaim this new world thought that as long as we're like placating or using kid gloves or media like correctness, political correctness, regardless of the gravity of the sin of the minority groups, you know, the evils that they're doing, if it's willful or lascivious or if it's abomination or changing of kind or destruction, it's, you know, against our communities, our poor communities, then it's all fair game and allowed. All of it is from the gender bending to the pharmaceutical, you know, cattle drive into the medical complex and, like you said, the horse and pony show to lessen our morality and encourage the sacrifice of our communities, and especially like the Malachian child sacrifice. It's just like an unceasing attack against our people. But in this time, we understood that it's a very wicked time, like Christ said, and we know that the rumors of wars will come, be it from the fiery darts or from the biological warfare, such as the etching or pricking of the skin, like you talked about, and their hope that the poor will fall. Oh, Elder, okay. I just wanted to say that blessed are our eyes that we see and our ears that we hear, seeing the prophecies unfold, you know, the Gentiles that see and Israel. And we know that the Most High's word is true and it doesn't come back void. Every man is a liar, and there's nothing that the forgers of lies, like Elder Lori was reading, and the synagogue of Satan can do to stop the mercy and severity of our power. Praise AHAYAH. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, there it is. All in one breath. Sunshine. All right, bless you.
Praise the Most High.
All right. See you in the academy.
Praise the Most High.
All right.
Oh, yay. Praise the Most High.
Boom. There it is. Happy. 985 area code, and there goes Sunshine. All right, 985. Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom. You're live with the Gathering of Christ Church. Name and location?
My name is Leonard from Louisiana. I want to say all praise to the Most High for the elders that's teaching. Y'all making Jeremiah 31 verse 3 possible for everybody. And I really appreciate it for my family and my parents, you know what I'm saying. But I just want to be a drop in shallow waters about this issue that pretty much the way Cain and Abel was, you know, when Cain slew Abel, he basically, his blood cried out from the ground. And not only his blood cried out from the ground, but he cried for justice beneath the throne of AHAYAH. So how much does that say about all the people that have been murdered throughout time? So that we go through these things and we have to basically look at those situations because they still crying out from the grave. But yet still, the people we see on TV is basically crying for justice. They got justice. But the people that's still dead, they didn't get their justice.
That's true.
But I just want to say, you know, all praise to the Most High for y'all. You know, y'all open up a lot of doors for a lot of people.
Well, praise the Most High. All praises be to him, right? Let me ask you this, brother. I mean,
sir.
Where you are, what was the overwhelming response with the verdict yesterday? The people happy? How are you feeling?
Well, the area I'm in, it's been like a back and forth thing between races, because between blacks and whites, before this the verdict came about, they were trying to say that basically it wasn't his fault. So now you got people going back and forth saying, yeah, it's his fault, and one saying, no, it's not his fault. So, I mean, it's basically just another day from the area I'm in.
Yeah, but usually
it's like nothing really.
Usually any opinion from these particular narratives when it comes to these stories, either side is usually galvanized by the media circuit to keep the people divided. But what I wanted to ask you, you know, you have the right say this and then the left will say that, and then people will just start picking up these conversations as if these are just organic opinions, when really it's a divisive tool to keep the people from actually coming together and talking about what's really wrong. All right. But let me ask you this. Even I'm talking about after the verdict. After the verdict, what did you witness amongst our people? Was it a little extra pep in their step? What was happening there?
It's like it never happened.
Because you know what's deep?
Like nothing ever happened.
Because this is what I noticed. They'll take you on this rush where it seems like it's the bane of all existence. It's enough clickbait or television bait to have everyone before the screen to figure out what's going on. It's like capturing souls for a moment. And then once it's over and you're brought back down, everything just goes back to normal. Like what actually was achieved. Exactly. None of us have time to actually reflect and look back and say, well, hold up. What did the media achieve? What did the power structure accomplish through this? And see, this is that's why I don't get caught up into these little media stories. Because like I said, I can vividly remember, brother, what the conversations were online before this George Floyd story conveniently fell on the media's lap. So the only thing I can conclude is that all of this, be it true or not, is a distraction from the conversations we need to have concerning what's really going on right now. What's really going on? Because in the midst of all that, the commercials that came on, it was all about this campaign. I mean, I even seen they got a Saturday Night Live flick on. That's one of the most racist skits I've seen in the history of Saturday Night Live. It's blacks. Why aren't they taking Satan the serum? And they had a Saturday night skit with all black people making us look like fools. They give an explanation on why we don't want to take what they're peddling, right? So what I'm saying is, even in the midst of all of this, it was a way in which they can get eyeballs on one specific thing to drive their agendas against us. And I wonder why so many people can't see it. All right, I'm gonna place you on a hold. Nice call, brother. All right, hold tight, and I'm gonna get to the next call. 330 area code. You're live. 330 area code. You're live.
Shalom, elders. How are you?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is AHAYAH. Your name and location.
This is Sister Ziacloth from the Cleveland Body, and I've been with y'all for 4.5 years now.
Bless you, sister.
I just wanted to say that I thought that justice was only served for like a political motivation, because the people that have been campaigning for this since George Zimmerman was acquitted, they were like, Black Lives Matter, return to the motherland. That was all I was hearing, especially over this past year since George Floyd's death. And like being in this walk and coming out as a college student has shown me like everyone around me has been campaigning for this. And to me, it's like they're giving out ice cream cones with a pat on the head and being sent on their way after they get what they want. They've got this small victory, but then people are already being shot to death after this trial has been over. So like the ice cream cone's going to get eaten. I know it sounds kind of weird, but the ice cream cone's going to get eaten, and they're going to come back looking for more.
So what do you think? What type of tricks you think they have up their sleeve for the next trigger of the community? Because every other year it seems like right around election year, they usually come up with a black person being killed by a cop or harassed by a cop as a convenient story. And then after they get their outcome, as far as who they want in office, things go back to normal, and cops continue to choke black people with no fanfare at all. So what do you think the next? I mean,
yeah, I agree.
They only deal with the black guy that get killed or the black girl that gets shot up right around election time to trigger Negroes, who they would consider Negroes, who I know are Israelites anyway. But what do you think you think they're gonna switch it up a little bit now? They think our people are figuring it out, or do you think they're just gonna go with the same program from year to year, knowing that we're easily triggered?
I feel like since they know that we're easily triggered, they're going to keep coming back to it. But if they figure out that we're starting to catch on, like people are starting to see that there's something not right about the situation, they're going to have to change it.
Well, we'll see, right? But let me ask you on another note. The 666 serum, how things are going. That's all I can call it right now, the 666 serum. Most people that you know,
666.
Are they down with the serum or what? Satan syrup?
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people like, yes, this is it. This is the thing that we should go for. And I'm like, well, that's not what I'm going for.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I'd rather, because the Most High is the only way to salvation. There's nothing coming from worldly gratification and sticking with Satan if I'm going to burn for it later.
Exactly. So you're not crashing.
Most High is the only way.
Exactly. So you're not going to break to the political pressures, right? That's out there.
Never.
Because I hear a lot of churches I'm gonna place you on hold. There's a lot of churches, a lot of pastors who are going for it, hook, line, and sinker. Boy, they like, listen, I'm opening up the temple of God. You for a little bit of Jim Jones. What's his name? Jim Jones? Jim Jones juice. Okay, that's what I'm gonna call it from now on. Some Jim Jones juice. 916 area code.
Shalom. Can you guys hear me?
Shalom, how are you? Your name and location.
Hi, I can't believe I got in. Yes, my name is Sierra May, and I'm from Sacramento, California.
Yes.
How are you guys doing? We love you guys. Me and my husband love you guys. We watch your shows all the time.
Thank you.
We always sit back and watch. But I wanted to say thank you guys so much. You, the lawyer, you guys are amazing. Well, me and my husband, you guys should have saw us because we're in that academy now.
Okay.
I mean, I was running around like a kid. The academy, I just couldn't wait to get in. So we absolutely love week 1. I cannot wait for week 2.
Oh, thank you.
So,
hey, sister, we bringing it this Sunday. Tracing the serpent seed, boy. I'm going to tell you, man. I'm going to tell you right now. Matter of fact, you're going to find out, right, that... Matter of fact, go ahead, say what you have to say, because I'm giving out too much stuff. I'll talk about it Sunday. Go on.
we're gonna be. But I wanted to say, as far as this whole thing, like I didn't even watch the verse. I didn't watch it. I seen it on my YouTube.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, man, here they go again. I've been saying it for years. 2015 is when I started seeing a pattern of it. It was the Trayvon Martin. It was the Sandra Bland. It was back to back. And I'm just like, wait a minute. They're not, we're not getting justice here, And then here I am. I would take my Facebook platform and talk about it and do all this stuff. And I'm just like, wait a minute. They are reeling us. Like they literally have world bipolar. Like our moods. They're altering our moods as they speak. If they want us happy, they'll show us Beyonce, Cardi B, and them coming out with some song. And so we'll stop mourning the death of these people and then begin going, the song came out. And did you see them on the video? And I'm just like, wait, you guys we're like puppets. And it scared me. I'm just like, what is going on? What's happening to us? They can literally put us in any mood they want by the snap of their finger. We can be mourning the death of a celebrity, and then another celebrity will come out with a song, and so now we're talking about the song, and then you'll have them ostracizing Kendrick Lamar. You'll have them ostracizing what's the other guy's name? Deshaun Jackson. We'll see all of that.
Nick
and
Cannon.
It's like we're living in a world where kids can do anything they want.
Yeah.
We're living in a world where a man can turn into a woman, telling me that you're gonna shut this man up because he's calling himself an Israelite? Am I in the Twilight Zone or what? And so I'm just like, man, but you guys are doing an awesome job. We love you guys. Me and my husband sit at home. We be like, when Elder Lawyer hit us with that, huh? he hit the drum. He just, he hit us with it. So I mean, you guys are doing an amazing job. The change that has gone on in my home, from my husband and I smoking weed, all of it. We don't do any of it anymore. All thanks to the Most High. All thanks to AHAYAH. You guys have done an amazing job, and we do not plan on going anywhere. We're going to be going to the Antioch location as well. That's the closest location to us out here in Sacramento. So
Praise
I
the
can't
Most
wait.
High.
We're ready to get baptized. That water. So I just wanted to say that with you guys. I didn't believe it from the jump. It is deception, like you guys said. I mean, that's what I fear. It's all deception. It's all to get us back comfortable and doing back what we were doing. And I would see that in the past. We'll go right back to the twerking. We'll go right back to smoking, posting pictures of us smoking weed, posting pictures of us throwing money in. And it's just like, man, like what's wrong with us, man? So I'm so happy for you guys. You guys are that piece. You guys bring that information that we need. You guys bring that common sense to the table. And where I thought I was the only one in 2015 seeing it, you guys let me know that you're not on that. So I thank you guys. All praise You guys have a wonderful day.
Well, thank you, sister, and thank you for your testimony. And we'll see you this Sunday in Tracing the Serpent Seed. Sister, I'm gonna tell you, the greatest trick Satan ever played on mankind was making people believe he didn't exist. And there's a lot of ideologies. There's a lot of ideologies out there that would make you believe that Satan doesn't exist. Like, there's people who teach that heaven and hell is just a condition on earth. That the fallen gods of the Gentiles are strictly mythological. They'll also you'll hear some simple stuff out there like, oh yeah, the white man is Lucifer.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's boy. Man, I mean, man, I don't know. Man, it's like, that's deep. That's deep enough. But when but when you break down, when you teach the heavenly realm in creation before earth was made, you'll realize all earth was born out of the heavens. The real life started there. The real life started there. So the whole thing is, because we don't know what happened before earth, we tend to think that when something comes into our realm, it must be something alien or something foreign, because why? Satan made us believe he didn't exist. So everything concerning the outside celestial beings and bodies seems what? It seems science fiction. It seems what? Alien or mysterious. But sister, this is what I'm going to give you, something what you're going to find out this coming Sunday in the Academy. Who built check it out, sister. Listen, this is what you're going to know this Sunday. Who built the pyramids? Who built the pyramids of Cairo? And you're going to find out that the Great Pyramid in Cairo is pre-flood. It was there before the flood. We're going to prove that. And we're going to prove that man had no hand in building it. Man had no hand in building the Great Pyramid. That will be proven this Sunday. A matter of fact, the Great Pyramid is actually a timestamp that leads to judgment. It's a message from the heavens for earth.
Wow.
It's really, believe it or not, everything you can find prophetically in the Bible is in the Great Pyramid. It's in the stars, the heavenly tables. We're going to break down and show you, sister, beyond any shadow of doubt, you brothers and sisters, how something up there gained dominion here over mankind, took the dominion of Adam and became the leaders over mankind, and they still are. Tracing the serpent seed. We wrestle not with flesh and blood. The fallen gods live on earth, and we're going to prove that this coming Sunday. All right. Whoa, hey. Boy, I'm ready to go. Sister, I'm ready to go right now. I'm juiced up on this. I'm ready to go. We ready to go, folks. I am ready, high on the spirit of the Most High. See, I thank the Most High that this sister said, well, listen, me and my husband, we gave up marijuana and all that because those are convenient escapes. Folks, once you got the truth and received this Bible, because usually people take substances to actually sometimes gain information or to escape reality. When you got this truth, you can't get no higher than the Bible itself. You talking about getting high. The Bible is the key. Well, you don't need hallucinogens, substances to get deep or spiritual. You read that Bible and the heavens open up, and guess what? You cannot get any higher than the throne of the Almighty. And that's the power of the book. You don't see, under Satan's world, you need hallucinogens. You need drugs to get further information, to get insight. And guess what? They'll tell you that. Even Adam and Eve themselves took on a tree of good and evil, and it was a substance to make one wise. That was the first drug. But with the truth, you don't need it. You can put down your drugs, and you cannot get any higher than understanding that Bible. All right, let's go down the line here. Let's see a few. Okay, I'm going to take a few more down the line. And I get excited because don't forget, folks, hey, doesn't matter how much you learn, the more you study, you stay a student. People ask me why I'm so excited when I go into these lessons. I'm learning too, folks. Every time we go into these lessons, the Most High shows something else. I'm like, whoa, man, I didn't see it that angle. The Spirit of the Most High is manifold. He's always impressive. It's like, yo, hey, son, you think you like that? Check out this angle, son. Let me tell you, our Father is, man, listen, he's the one. There's no God like the God of Israel. And no sooner as we could begin to connect with him, he's like, oh, my son is trying to connect with me. Hey, check this out. I want you to see that. Look how I did that, my son. Let's go. All right, 443 area code.
Hello, Shalom.
Shalom, you're live with the Gathering of Christ Church. Your name and location?
Hello, Elder. My name is Jordan. I'm with the DMV body. Such a pleasure to be on with you all tonight. I just want to say Shalom and blessings to you, elders, and everybody listening, all the body of Christ.
Well, the blessed,
brother. I wanted to make a comment.
Okay, go on.
Oh, excuse me, Elder. But yeah, I wanted to make a comment, I guess, about everything that's happening and everything that I'm seeing surrounding this trial. You know, it's baffling to me and almost incredible that people put their trust in their captors. I mean, people that do them wrong and dirty every day, just about. You know, our ancestors have suffered, and you said it best multiple times. A lot of people are simple as the days old. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous.
Yeah.
My
brother,
first time being on here. I followed you for many years.
Brother, relax and just let it out. We family. Let's just talk. Come on.
Right. Yes, sir. So I just feel like that there's a great delusion on our people, and one that I believe it has to come from on high, because I can't imagine, because I don't see, and this is how I know that we're the people, because I don't see any other people spinning their wheels like we do, and just toss to and fro continually and just trust in oppression and stay thereon, just like it says in Isaiah 30. Mm-hmm. Like we resort continually to our masters, or they're not our masters, but I meant our captors, these people that have power over us to give us justice when they don't hold us in any regard. And they daily, day in, day out, seek for ways to humiliate us, or else to destroy us, really. And I think what our people are missing is Christ and this gospel and the truth. And excuse me, Elder. I'm trying to keep it together.
Because, yeah, brother, keep it together. Come on, man. It's okay.
It really, I'm vexed day in and day out, because even my family has succumbed to a lot of nonsense and, these, and this, what does it say? What is it? The Jim Jones juice, you know what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate, but it's true.
Man, you gotta admit you gotta admit, right, that even though I know you're struggling with things, when you say the Jim Jones juice, that they got to bring a smile on you, man, over your face, don't it? Jim Jones juice.
Yeah.
Come on,
Absolutely.
see. I'll put those things out there because sometimes.
Oh, and Elder.
Okay, one moment. Hold up, 1 second. Sometimes we have to laugh to keep from crying, right? Sometimes we have to laugh through and find some level of sense of humor through it all. You with me?
Yes,
hello?
sir.
Yeah. So, brother, it's
yes,
okay.
Sir, I'm here.
Brother, it's okay. That's why I put it out there. People wonder why I use a sense of humor, because it can get real dark, and believe it or not, it can lead, if you don't see this right, it can almost lead to a dark place when you see the choices our families are making. You know what I mean? And guess what? Sometimes I get so frustrated because it's so clear to me, you know what I mean, when it comes to the decisions. And brothers and sisters don't realize, brother, and I can understand why you got choked up, because some of these decisions, a lot of these decisions brothers and sisters are making now, they're not going to be able to reel back. Right now, this is it.
Right.
Like, I got this brother, and I thank the Most High for this brother who called me over and over again. And he, sometimes, and he's trying to pressure me into saying, hey, what's going on? This Jim Jones juice, that they trying to push on the black community, that it's the mark of the beast. And I said over and over again, I already made it clear our stance and what the Bible says, don't defile your temple. So I don't got to put a label on what this is when I say that we're living in a time when this is a segue into the mark of the beast. Because the Pentagon now, and the Pentagon now, and I'm going to show this, and we showed this in the Academy News, where the Pentagon said that they have now come up with a microchip that can detect the code 45. And I always said from the beginning that they're putting in the infrastructure for the mark of the beast. And I'm going to say this. I can only do the ministry the Most High have bestowed on me to do. I can't do someone else's ministry through me. I'm doing Christ's ministry as a member of his body, doing what he wants me to do. And some people get frustrated because they feel they have a ministry and feel that they want me to speak for them. That's unfair. I can't say what you want me to say, and it doesn't mean I'm wrong. There's many members to the body. So when people try to pressure me to see what they're seeing and to do what they want to do, it's unfair. Because guess what? I cannot fulfill those expectations because maybe that's your member. That's what you're called for. So don't try to make me say something that I don't believe in, can't reinforce. It doesn't mean we're wrong. It means that the Most High have me focused on what he have me focused on. And I want to put that out there because so many people want to put their burdens on me. No, that's your work. I'm doing my work. And I want to show this real quick. So it's, God want me to be out there. Yeah, what's going on right now is the mark of the beast. I done put 666 all over this place. Our channel was threatened because I talked about this, and we're not saying enough. I need you to hold on tight 1 second, brother.
Right. All right. Yes, sir.
Hold on. Let me show this real quick. What did I say? I told people, right? I told people that what? That this is a segue because they putting in the infrastructure for the mark of the beast. Okay. Now, This is the Washington Examiner. Right? The Washington Examiner, which it says here, Pentagon scientists develop microchip that detects the Colt 45 before symptoms when placed under the skin. It still comes down, but they say, but don't worry about it. We went over it in the news. It's nothing to fear because it's not a tracking device. That's what they're saying. What we're saying is the Bible says that if you take this crap that is saying right here, that you will burn in hell. Okay? So if I'm already saying that it's all leading to the mark of the beast and you will be burned before the angels according to the book of Revelations, and that guess what? You will be controlled, like you will be totally moved into AI to be controlled psychologically like a zombie. What else you want me to say? I mean, I'm putting it out there. No. You cannot defile your temple. You have to look at the ingredients in these things. And if there's anything unclean according to the Bible, if you put in your body, you are defiling the temple. It doesn't matter what any doctor says or who or what organization, who or whoever else tell you to do something. So I'm putting it out there right now because I get frustrated when people try to make me do what they want me to say or do. I'm not here for that. I'm not going to say this Colt 45 Jim Jones juice is the mark of the beast because I know what the mark of the beast is. But I know that this will prime you. They're priming the pump so that you will be utilized like what? A host. Okay? When your DNA is actually changed and morphed to be able to connect with AI, you'll be ready for the mark of the beast. You have the last word before I open it up for the next call. Go on.
I just want to thank you again, elders. It's a pleasure and honor to speak with you all. And I just ask that the Most High bless and protect you all and everybody that's a part of the gathering of Christ Church in the body, and everybody who with a true and contrite heart and spirit really searches for the Most High and for Christ, because that's what's going to take to separate us, to pull us out of the delusion, to reestablish us as the kings of the earth, as Israelites under Christ, walking in power under our King. So I thank you and praise the Most High every day for this truth that he's sharing with the world through you all.
Praise the Most
High.
High.
And I'll continue to do my part and continue to fight for our nation.
All right, brother. You're a great soldier for the Almighty. And I hope to see you soon, brother. All right.
Yes, sir. Shalom to you, elder.
Shalom. Don't tell me the Most High don't have some serious men in this work. I mean, and compassionate. Have compassion. As far as men is concerned, having serious love for Christ and the love for Christ's people. So, brother, I feel you, and I'm glad you're with us. 904 area code. Shalom.
Hey, how you doing this evening?
I'm blessed by the Almighty.
Shalom, shalom.
And his name is AHAYAH. Talk to us.
Absolutely. I just wanted to make a statement in regards to whether or not was justice served yesterday regarding the Chauvin case and George Floyd. Yeah. I'll say it's multi-layered. On one hand, if you're just looking at it from the perspective of like your normal African American that doesn't necessarily realize that they're Israelites, then justice was served to a degree to give people hope to say, okay, African American man killed in front of everybody. They hurt us for the first time, and they did what they were supposed to do. And of course, just individually for the family, I think that was a relief amongst African Americans that they seen that the family got justice for George Floyd dying. If you are an Israelite, then and you understand that, then no, justice was not served. We won't receive true justice until we return back to the law, statutes, and commandments and keep the faith of Christ. So until that happens, know for us in general, justice can't be truly served until that takes place. But yesterday, for his family, him losing his life, justice was served for his family. So I think that's been the conversation from the people that I've been around, saying, like, listen, I can't really celebrate because the man lost his life. But seeing his family receive funds for his death in a record fashion in the state of Minneapolis, that was great. And then on top of that, for that murderer to be taken off the street in regards to the officer, that was relief for the family. But again, overall, for African Americans that don't understand that they're Israelites, I think they still know that the envelope has to continue to be pushed forward. Those that do understand that they are Israel, we understand what true justice looks like, and that's returning back to the Most High and to the Messiah. Then that's when we'll receive our true justice and redemption. So again, it's a multi-layered question, but I appreciate you putting the question out there to everybody. That's pretty much all I have.
Well, thank you, brother. And I'm glad, it's good. It's a poignant answer, multi-layered, and you eloquently broke it down. So I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate your viewpoint.
Absolutely.
All right. Bless you.
Absolutely.
Okay. There's a reason why, and I'm glad the brother brought it out. There's a reason why I take these particular narratives. I really don't take them only just through face value, because it could be one thing today and the next thing tomorrow. Like, for instance, we have right now R. Kelly in jail, who didn't even go to court yet, but he's still in jail. Right? Regardless, just say if he did everything they saying he's doing it, surviving R. Kelly. What happened to your speedy court hearing? Right? So this is why I take this stuff from face value, because the justice system does what it wants to do. And the example I can give you, who knows how they're going to handle this guy? And that's what I'm going to keep my eye on once he's behind bars, and whether or not he stay behind bars. Because when the story goes someplace else, out of sight, out of mind, right? Like, for instance, during the Code 45 political campaign that we seen last year, and under the cloud of Code 45, you have Bill Cosby, who's still in jail, but Harvey Weinstein was released from a medical isolation. It was so happened that he was able to, because he was dealing with the Code 45 or whatever, to get special privileges to move him to wherever. Now, it says here, Harvey Weinstein, who tested for the Code 45, has been released from his 14-day quarantine, who is being housed at the Windy Correctional Facility in New York, has been deemed all right. Now listen to this. His spokesman, Engelmeyer, told Fox News, Engelmeyer did not have any further information on the Code 45 symptoms. Oh, what a convenience. Weinstein prison consultant, Craig Rothfield, and the former movie mogul is still in the regional medical unit. He's still in the regional medical unit at Windy and is being monitored for his various conditions. It is unclear if the State Department of Corrections will continue to house Weinstein at Windy or move him to another long-term facility. Now, they'll move him to a long-term facility, but won't tell you what that facility is. Okay, and that facility could be, a nice yacht, hanging out with a few chicks. See, so what I'm saying is I can't take a lot of these judgments on face value. Because the media can say one thing and you think justice is served, and the next thing you know, he was just a political media sacrificial lamb. And eventually you can be moved someplace else with a new identity and everything else, and it's all good. Black people staying still, they think they got justice. And dude, thanks for the horse and pony show. Not saying that's what it is, but after seeing that Weinstein thing and how he was moved under the cloud of Colt 45, and now he can be anywhere right now without anyone saying anything, and R. Kelly's still in jail without actually a court case, how would any of us know if justice is truly served? Huh? See, I like to put things in its proper perspective, you know? Now, a few more calls and then we're going to end it there, right? Guilty. Are you kidding me? Who knows what bag is being grabbed for being the sacrificial lamb? Let's see, 443 area code, allegedly. Shalom.
Good evening, Elder. This is Danina Aikens from Maryland, DMV area.
How are you?
A
lot of
I
DMV
just had
tonight.
to comment. Yeah, I was just listening in, and I feel like the campaign, I always said to my family and my friends, I'm not triggered by things that's going on because I know it's all a chess game to them. We're going to all continue, meaning our people is always going to continue to be destroyed. As long as you know the Bible, you read it, and God says that's going to happen to us until we come back to him. So until we understand that, and we know justice will truly, like the brother said, will never be served in this time. So we have to come back under the law, statutes, and commandments of God and come under his hedge. Once we come under his hedge, we can fix our communities. We can stand together. Women will be right. The children will be right. And our husbands can lead. Until then, we're going to all fall short of that and in hope of, things being better. And as far as, the jab goes or the juice, whatever, I have
the Jim
some
Jones
family
juice.
and friends I done told
Sister, if you're going to say it, you got to say it right. The Jim Jones juice, okay?
The Jim Jones juice.
There it is.
As I feel like we can talk as us being, followers of Christ. We can talk till we're blue in the face. You can't lead. It's just like you can teach people. You can tell them about the, the do's and the don'ts, and you can lead them to the word. But you can't make them drink. You can't make them study. You can't make them understand. You can't make them follow. So, in that, regard, I pray for them. My dad has already got his first and second shot.
Hold up. So someone drunk the juice. Okay, you say your father drunk the juice. Go on, make sure we keep this. I'm trying to keep my channel.
Juice.
Okay, your father drunk the juice. Go on.
All right, someone drunk the juice. So, in that regard, I can't cry for that. All I can do is move forward. That's all I had to say.
I just watch out, make sure these cats aren't triggered at the wrong time. That's all I'm worried about. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, it's be the Walking Dead out there. You know what I mean? So, hey, like I said, people still ain't. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna place you on hold. People still aren't keeping an eye on this. And maybe sometimes to some degree outside of the Bible, it could be a little conspiracy theorist thing going on. But I mean, I'm still when that thing with Tiger Woods just don't sit right with me. He gets in an accident leading up to the Masters that he probably would have spanked someone in, and only for an Asian to become the new master guy to win the Masters. But that ain't the part that I care about. Maybe the Asian guy can play golf. What I'm saying is, when you go back to that accident with Tiger Woods, he said the only thing he remembered doing was getting in his car. And once he got in his car, he woke up in the hospital. He didn't remember anything else. It was like he was sleepwalking. And all I'm saying is there's a lot of these people out there who've already got the chip and all that stuff up in them, folks, that's connected to AI. And for him to go off a road by himself somewhere and When they interviewed him, he said, listen, the only thing I remember doing was getting in my car. And a lot of this stuff, people are going to be just doing things, sleepwalking and all this stuff. And to tell you folks, it's going to be wild out there. When you're connected to the machines, guess what? And if you got Willie Slick Gates on the joystick, let me tell you, I'm good. I don't listen. You're not putting no stuff up in me to be controlled like a human, like a human robot. You understand? And when he said it straight out, a lot of people thought that Tiger Woods thing just went away, folks. He said, listen, the only thing I remember was getting in my car. And I woke up in the hospital with all this stuff on me. Folks, this is how crazy this stuff is. Y'all really need to look into, on your own, these letters. mRNA. That's all I can say. Look into what that does. What's the technology behind it? And how that connects to our neural senses, which is our brains. Folks, you can't make this stuff up. The reality is we going into the mark of the beast. And the reality is they looking to do what? Merge man with machines. But guess what? Your body would normally reject things like that unless you're chemically induced into accepting the technology. And a lot of rich people have already decided to go that way to protect their finances. There's many people walking amongst us who have been chipped for years. And some people need to ask the question, even the Tiger Woods and others. Are you chipped? See, the question should be out there because a lot of people with money deal with transactions way different than the plebs, than the regular layman. And rich people usually do things to protect their finances. And they're already years in advance in spending with the elites opposed to how we communicate. They're not sending cash apps, folks. They're not using PayPal. So some people aren't asking the right questions. You're not going to follow up on that. Like, how did you become unconscious and go off the road? Conveniently, check it out. Conveniently, right before, a few weeks before, the month before the Masters. And then conveniently get the guy in to win the Masters you wanted to, knowing that the threat have been taken care of. Now, maybe that's a conspiracy theory. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. All I'm saying is you never know when it comes to this technology. None of us know the long-term effects on our minds and whether or not we can control our faculties once we've been merged. And who knows? Maybe this stuff they're dealing with have other things in it. Who knows? But all I know is God said in Revelation that the 666 is real and that it would be a prick under the skin. And that it will be the mark of the man, that no man will be able to buy or sell without of it. And when you look at that prick, it talks about the etching under the skin, merging us with the beast. The man is Satan. So I'm not saying it's true, but I'm saying that we need to start asking some of these questions. Because there's a lot of unanswered questions out there that people are just leaving out there. Are there elites as far as politicians and athletes and all that, and people that are CEOs? Have they already taken the mark of the beast? And I think that's a reasonable question in the time we live in now, where you can go on YouTube and you can see a guy who got a chip in his hand and conveniently opening up the doors and all that in his house and all that. And that technology was 10 years ago. How far along or how close are we to them implementing the mark of the beast, doing what we're showing you right now, where now without They're saying straight out, folks. They're telling us straight out that the Pentagon has now conveniently, out of nowhere. Now, Jim Jones juice was created out of nowhere immediately. Like, it just happened. Emergency happened. They say it's going to take 5-7 years, and the Jim Jones juice is already here. And then conveniently, out of nowhere, even though this is a new novel type of new strain of disease that's coming out, the Pentagon already has a microchip that can detect it in you already. What are we where is this leading, folks? Is the Bible correct when it says the mark of the beast? And are they connecting people? Okay, let me make it clear, to the maniacal joker, the lunatic, the beast, Satan himself. Okay. See, normally our body, our spirit, our belief system would actually do what? It would normally fight against such ideas. This is why they must chemically induce the world's population to receive what we would normally reject. Folks, and that's not a conspiracy. That's Bible prophecy. Come on, one more call. 929 area code.
And that's not a conspiracy. That's Bible prophecy.
I think I hear myself.
One more call. 929 area code.
There you go, 929. Oh, you just want to. Hey, can you turn me off in the background, please?
I just turned you down. Hi, Elder. How are you this evening?
I am blessed by the best. His name is AHAYAH. His son is Yeshaya. And do not take Jim Jones juice. All right? Talk to us.
You don't have to say that to me twice.
All right.
So I have two comments that I want to make. The first comment is I'm convinced that people are indoctrinated. I think, and I say this because everything that's happening doesn't make logical sense. Like just simple things that we are experiencing, that we're seeing with wearing our mask and having children wear the mask, and now there were some articles that came out. I don't know exactly when, but I want to say within the last month. Just talking about how getting the Jim Jones juice into the children under the age of 2, and I'm just like, why? Why would you do that? Like, and people are just rallying around it and just almost cheering it on. And I say, this doesn't make any sense. Why can't anyone see this? That's one of my comments. And my next comment is, it kind of piggybacks on this. I'm in the education field, and I see children come to school. And I'm talking about kindergarten and pre-K. They're wearing a mask. The children cannot play with each other. The children have to stay 6 feet apart. It's absolutely insane. And I sit there and I'm like, why would you send your child to school? I mean, I do understand people have to work, and not everyone's working from their homes. But if you can avoid it, don't send your child to school. There's no reason for a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old to sit all day with this mask. It's not normal. And I, as an adult, have to wear the mask. I absolutely hate it. And I feel like it obstructs my breathing, and I can only imagine what a child might be experiencing and cannot articulate. So, I mean, I don't know. It's just it's not a good thing.
What you are, a teacher? You're a teacher? You work in the school,
yes.
You say? Oh, okay. And
yes.
Kind of feel like communist. You feel like you're living in a communist country right now, no? Right?
Well, yeah, because we have to do it. And you always say and forgive me because I don't know the scripture, but the knowledge of this world is for fools.
It's foolishness with God.
That is, I see it's foolishness with God. Okay. My colleagues and just, you think about all the educated people and they sit there and they talk about, I just got Jim Jones juice. I feel better now. You think you feel better. And, no one is, it's almost like how you introduce yourself now. Hi, I'm so-and-so. Hi, I got Jim Jones juice. And it's just crazy to me. It's almost like I'm living in the Twilight Zone. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that feels this way.
Well, it's time to ramp this up to the next level. So I need you to hold on to show you where the schools are going. I got a live report from Reuters News. It's called Reuters News, or what do you call it? Reuters News. Live from Reuters. So live from China. Since you're on the phone, I'm gonna show you where it's going. This is prophetic here for you. All right, I'm gonna show you where it's going. You ready? What's your name, sister?
Oh, Trish.
Reuters. It's called Reuters. Reuters News live. I'm gonna show you where it's going. It's about to get deep up there inside the schools. Reuters News. This is mainstream news. China cities using anal swabs to screen COVID-45 infection. So this is where it's going. So just coming to a school near you. Reuters. Here it is. Let's all the way live from Beijing, China. Some Chinese cities are using samples taken from the anus to detect potential COVID-45 infections as China steps up screening to make sure no potential carrier of this new thing. Okay, the regional outbreaks of the Lunar New Year holidays. A throat swab, a 52-year-old man in Hunan City in northern Shanxi province showed negative results. So they say, listen, we gotta go through the anal probe to really get the real deal out of this. It tell you right here, stool tests may be more effective, than respiratory tests in identifying the COVID-45 infections, especially when it comes to the children and infants. We need to go all the way live. Stool tests for the infants and children, since they carry a higher viral load. They got a higher viral load there, in their stool than adults. So researchers at the Chinese University of Hong Kong had said in a paper published last year. So it's time to go all the way live with the children. A matter of fact, I can't show you the actual video, sister. We showed it in the Academy week 10 of the Hebrew Bible Academy last session, where we showed the children walking funny, coming out from the probe that happened in the school. So they was walking sideways like this because a teacher had the glove on and had to do what he or she had to do. You know what I mean? So they may broaden your responsibilities in school. So to let you know what's coming down the pipeline.
Absolutely not.
Just let you know what's coming down the pipeline for you. It's all in the name of safety. All right. And guess what, folks? This is
Satan.
Listen, this is Reuters News. So if you think, folks, y'all think this is crazy. Who thought 5 years ago or even 3 years ago we would be where we are right now? Some people might think, brothers and sisters, I'm not making this story up. Reuters is mainstream news. This is real news, folks. I'm not making this up. So if you think this is far-fetched, who thought we would be where we are, where you're living in a free country, walking around afraid to hug your own family with masks on? So even though listen, folks, I'm just telling you, sister, I hope you're ready for more broader responsibility. All right, I hope you're ready to kick it in, the full drive, China style. All right. So I'm gonna put you on. I will put you on. This is where they're going. So, yeah. So I'm gonna place you on hold, take one more call, and then we'll wish you all Godspeed. All right, this is the way this is going. This is Lord, it's getting crazy out here. 872 area code. You're live. 872. Okay, y'all cannot be using profanity in my chat now. Okay? Don't get the devil up in you. Get rid of that real quick. Somebody. Who's this? Space Orbison. Put him in space. All right. All right. All right. You gotta get him out of here. All right. One last call. Let's see. I'm sorry I couldn't get everyone, which is pick up calls next week. 559 area code.
Oh man, shalom, brother. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, brother. Man, so it's crazy. So let me just get to the point here. First of all, I think y'all are doing a fantastic job. I want to talk about something you said concerning reparations.
Yeah.
There's a bill on the House floor right now called H.R. 40. It's led by a sister, as a matter of fact, from Texas, a representative from Texas. Her name is Shelly Ali. She's doing a fantastic job. I don't know if you've ever seen her speak, but she's doing a fantastic job trying to push the agenda forward. So the reason why I called and what I want to talk about briefly is how we can support it for those who choose to do such a thing. If you simply Google HR 40, there is a way that you can write your local congressman or your local representatives to have them to show that basically it's important to you. And then from there, they can basically push the agenda further throughout Congress and ultimately try to get this thing passed. But it's called HR 40. I think it's very important for everyone to kind of
Hey, brother, brother, let me tell you, brother, did you read HR 40?
Not in detail, no.
No, I've read HR 40.
What are your thoughts?
That's some of the greatest crap that have ever been created in the history of legislation. Number one, do you know that Asians are going to get a piece of what they're talking about for you too?
I wasn't aware of that, no.
Oh yeah, do you know they bring in multiculturalism, and they also bring in they talk about diversity. They put that in the little writing of diversity for what they call minorities. Right. You know they switched the verbiage where they started off talking about black descendants of slaves. Then they changed the verbiage to more diversity and minorities, which is usually white people who are now in a minority if they choose a certain sexual persuasion. HR 40 is a farce. Okay? It's straight garbage. A matter of fact, if anything, the plan for Black America that Ice Cube was presenting was more so on par where the conversation should probably begin. All right? Next thing,
perhaps they can network and link up in some type of way.
Yeah.
Because it seems as though that's the closest thing that I have seen in recent years that has gone all the way up to this far in the judicial branch that has some shot of possibly, passing and having some level of impact in the lives of everyday, quote unquote African Americans.
Brother, don't drink the Kool-Aid. If anything, this thing passed, and guess what? There'll be another store, and you have to be ordering beef yacht straight out. All right, I'm gonna place you on hold, and may the Most High be with you. And let me see. We have one more call, and then we'll wish you all Godspeed. Matter of fact, that's it. May the Most High be with you. Pray not. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. Someone says take a new call. All right. See, y'all. Hey, brothers and sisters. I read the HR 40 bill. Okay, it has the devil all over it. You talking about being sold out. Okay. You can put that in the same boat with 40 acres and a mule, since it's got a 40 in there. How did that work out? Let me see here. Yeah. I think, let me see, 803. I wanted to answer 803. All right, so that ends our broadcast for the night. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Zion. The Most High is calling back Israel. I'll see you all in the academy. If you wish to support the church, you can through Cash App. It's real quick, $ GOCC 144 donate, and that helps the broadcast. Your live broadcast is for Saturday as well as Wednesday. If you have Cash App, $ GOCC 144 donate. If you don't have Cash App, don't worry about it. Go to gatheringofchrist.org, go to the donate tab, and they'll give you options on how you can actually help the church financially as well as in other means, okay? Outside of that, keep in mind, there's a P.O. box where you can actually send things to us, whatever the case is. There's a P.O. box you can utilize. 2000 Hamilton Street, Philadelphia, PA, 19130. P.O. Box 946. That's right. 2000 Hamilton Street, P.O. Box 946, Philadelphia, PA 19130. With that, we're going to say shalom. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We will soon have the Patreon. We will soon have Save Me as a single that you can download from our website. Royalty Music by Shepherd.com. With that, I'm going to say stay prayed up, sin not, and you know I'm about to play the jam. AHAYAH's calling back Israel. Let's do it. That's right. The East is where we're from, people.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian took us down. We fell. With the great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. We Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim, Orignaal, and Valley from Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, Cant, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, AHAYAH's gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us, together our wives and children sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in here. By the rivers of Babylon, we found our brothers here. AHAYAH in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, AHAYAH's gathering the Negroes, Benjamin the West Indians, Levi the Haitians, AHAYAH's gathering in Israel.
Most High's gathering the children of Israel. Don't take the Jim Jones juice. All right. Come on. Where we from? Asher in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. We be Judah, the Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, my people Levi, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim, Orignaal, and Valley from Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Benjamin, my man God, Come on. AHAYAH gathering Israel. Shalom, may the Most High be with you. Stay strong, support the work. And that's right. Do not take the